The night sky over ancient Tenochtitlan stretched endlessly, dotted with stars that whispered stories older than time itself. Among the shadows cast by flickering torches, the figure of a feathered serpent slithered through the hearts of the people, not as a creature of fear but as a symbol of life, death, and rebirth. They called him Quetzalcoatl, the god who walked as both man and wind, whose feathers brushed the heavens and whose scales rooted in the earth. His name was a prayer on their lips, a story passed from father to son, from grandmother to child, as vital as the maize they planted and harvested. Quetzalcoatl wasn't merely a god to be worshipped. He was hope. He was the reason why the sun rose each day, why the crops grew tall and strong, why humanity itself endured despite the cruelty of fate. To understand Quetzalcoatl is to grasp the heartbeat of a civilization that refused to be crushed by the weight of uncertainty. But there was more to him than light and wind. He was the god who bled for humanity. He descended into the underworld, facing death itself to bring life to those who walked the earth. He stole the bones of ancestors from the jaws of Mictlan, shaping them into humans with his own hands, breathing life into them with a sacred whisper carried on the wind. And yet, his story wasn't one of unbroken triumph. There was betrayal, exile, and promises of a return that hung over the Aztec people like a prophecy waiting to unfold. In the bustling markets of Tenochtitlan, beneath the towering temples, stories of Quetzalcoatl filled the air. Merchants spoke of him with reverence as they sold their goods. Warriors carried his symbol on their shields, hoping to invoke his wisdom and protection. Mothers told his story at dusk, when the sky turned the color of blood and fire, reminding their children that even gods could fall but would rise again. The image of the feathered serpent was everywhere, etched into stone, painted on murals, carved into wooden masks worn by priests. His feathers shimmered like the morning sun, vibrant with life. His serpent's body coiled around time itself, reminding all who gazed upon him that life moves in cycles, birth, death, and rebirth, over and over again. For the Aztecs, life was a fragile balance between chaos and order. Their gods weren't distant, benevolent beings. They were fierce, demanding, unpredictable. Yet Quetzalcoatl stood apart. He represented something different: knowledge, creativity, the essence of humanity's ability to build rather than destroy. In a world that required human blood to keep the universe turning, he whispered of a time when wisdom might prevail over sacrifice. His presence was like a soft breeze cutting through the oppressive heat of an empire built on ritual and war. And yet, he wasn't perfect. There's a haunting story of how Quetzalcoatl fell from grace. Seduced by trickery, he drank pulque, became intoxicated, and in his shame, he exiled himself. The image of a god, drunk and despairing, stumbling through the wilderness, paints him not as an untouchable divine figure, but as someone deeply human. Someone flawed. Someone who could make mistakes, fall into darkness, and yet still carry the promise of redemption. This tale wasn't just a myth for the Aztecs. It reflected their understanding of life cycles, the inevitable fall, and the hope for return. It taught them that even gods could lose their way, and in doing so, they taught humanity that failure isn't the end. Redemption is always possible. Children would sit at their elders' feet, listening wide-eyed as the story of Quetzalcoatl's return was told. One day, they were told, he would come back from across the sea. The people believed he would bring a new age, a time when the burdens of war and sacrifice would be lifted. But prophecies are dangerous things. They carry the weight of expectation, of fear, of hope twisted into something unrecognizable. The prophecy whispered that he would return in the year Suacatl, the year one reed. And when the sails of Spanish ships appeared on the horizon in that fateful year, the Aztecs couldn't help but wonder, was this Quetzalcoatl's return? Was he coming back to reclaim his place, to reshape the world? Quetzalcoatl wasn't a distant god who watched from the clouds. He was the wind that caressed the cheek of a weary traveler, the fire that burned in the hearts of those who refused to give up. He was a symbol of human resilience, of the fragile hope that even in the darkest times, there is always the possibility of renewal. But the story of Quetzalcoatl isn't just a tale of gods and mortals. It's a mirror held up to humanity itself, our flaws, our dreams, our desperate need to believe in something greater than ourselves. A belief that even when everything falls apart, something new can rise from the ashes. In the beginning, there was nothing but endless darkness and silence. No sky, no earth, no stars, no time. Just a void stretching out forever. The gods stood at the edge of this nothingness, waiting for the world to begin. But the world doesn't come easily, it must be made, shaped, and sacrificed for. Creation isn't a gift, it's a struggle, a battle against chaos. And for the Aztecs, the cosmos was born through a cycle of sacrifice and rebirth, death and renewal, each age rising from the ruins of the one before it. Time itself was fragile, always on the brink of collapse. The Aztecs knew this in their bones. Life wasn't guaranteed, it had to be fought for, sustained by the blood of gods and men alike. They believed the world had been created and destroyed not once, but 5 times. 5 suns had risen, and 4 had already fallen into darkness. Each age had its own story, its own birth, its own death. And through each creation, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was there, weaving humanity into existence with his own hands. The first sun was born in fire, but it didn't last. The gods made giants to walk the earth, but the giants were clumsy and cruel. They didn't respect the balance of life, and in their arrogance, they were swept away by jaguars. The sun fell, devoured by darkness. The world collapsed into chaos. But creation cannot be stopped. The gods gathered again, determined to try once more. They raised a second sun, this time in the sky of wind. The people they made lived as birds, soaring high above the earth. Yet, even in the skies, chaos found them. Furious winds tore through the world, scattering the people like leaves in a storm. Once again, the sun fell. With each failure, the gods grew more desperate. They brought forth the third sun, the son of rain, but it, too, was doomed. The world drowned in a flood of fire, scorching everything in its path. The gods tried again, raising the fourth sun, and for a time, it seemed like life would hold. But the earth trembled, the ground cracked open, and everything was swallowed by darkness once more. For times, the gods created life. For times, it ended in disaster. The gods could feel the weight of failure pressing against their shoulders. They knew the balance between life and death was delicate, and without sacrifice, the world couldn't survive. Someone had to give themselves to the flames, to become the light that would hold the world together. And so, the gods gathered at Teotihuacan, the place where the gods create, and stared into the flames of a sacred fire. 2 gods stepped forward. The first was proud, powerful, and shining with wealth. The second was humble, quiet, and scarred. Both gods stood at the edge of the fire, knowing what had to be done. The proud god hesitated. His wealth, his beauty, his power, they couldn't protect him from the fear of death. But the humble god didn't falter. He stepped into the flames without a word, his body consumed by fire, his soul rising as the 5th sun. The proud god, shamed by his hesitation, followed him into the flames. Together, they rose into the sky, burning brightly, casting light over the earth. But the world wasn't complete yet. Light alone wasn't enough. Life needed more than the sun to endure. It needed blood, sacrifice, and the breath of the gods to create humanity. That's where Quetzalcoatl comes in. He wasn't the kind of god who sat on a throne, distant and untouchable. He walked among the other gods, bearing the weight of creation on his back. When it came time to give life to humanity, Quetzalcoatl didn't send others to do the work. He went himself, descending into the underworld to find the bones of the dead. He knew that life must always be shaped from death. The underworld wasn't a place of peace. It was a labyrinth of shadows, ruled by Mythology, the lord of the dead. His skeletal face grinned with cruelty as Quetzalcoatl entered, knowing the god had come to take what didn't belong to him. The bones of the ancestors were precious, they held the essence of humanity, the seeds of new life. Quetzalcoatl didn't ask for permission. He whispered words of magic, and the bones rose into his arms. But Mictlantecuhtli wasn't a god to be outwitted easily. He sent his servants after Quetzalcoatl, hurling him into the darkness. The bones slipped from his grasp, shattering as they hit the ground. For a moment, it seemed like all was lost. But Quetzalcoatl gathered the broken pieces. He carried them in his hands, bloody and bruised, and brought them to the surface. There, he mixed the shattered bones with his own blood, shaping humanity with his own sacrifice. His blood became the breath of life. His pain became the foundation of existence. Humanity was born not from perfection, but from brokenness. We are made of shards and sacrifice, pieced together with divine blood. That's why life is fragile, why it's sacred. Every heartbeat carries the echo of Quetzalcoatl's journey through the underworld, the rhythm of creation and loss. The Aztecs believed the fifth sun, the sun of their time, would not last forever. It, too, would fall, and the world would end once more. But they knew that life isn't measured by how long it lasts. It's measured by the sacrifices made to sustain it. And so, the sun rises each day, carried by the gods' endless struggle to keep the cosmos in balance. It burns with the fire of that sacred sacrifice, lighting the world with a reminder: nothing is given freely. Life demands a price. The question is, how far will you go to keep the sun from falling? It began with a whisper in the dark, a quiet stirring in the heart of the void. In a world not yet formed, where silence was heavier than stone and darkness stretched endlessly, something stirred. It wasn't light or sound or even life. It was breath. The first breath that would shape gods and humans alike. Out of that stillness, Quetzalcoatl was born. His arrival wasn't marked by thunder or fire. It wasn't heralded by triumph or conquest. He was born from the union of earth and sky, of the quiet and the storm. His mother, Kaimalma, was no ordinary woman. She carried within her the power of the cosmos, the potential to give birth to something beyond comprehension. When the spark of divinity touched her, she conceived Quetzalcoatl, a god who would walk between worlds, between life and death, creation and destruction. But his birth wasn't celebrated. His mother's people feared what he would bring. A child born of the gods, destined to change everything. They couldn't see him for what he truly was, a bridge between opposing forces, a reminder that the universe thrives in balance. Instead, they feared the unknown, and in their fear, they rejected him. Yet, Quetzalcoatl wasn't born for human approval. His destiny lay beyond mortal understanding. He was more than a god of life, he carried the shadow of death. He was more than a creator, he could destroy, too. His name, Feathered Serpent, was a reflection of this duality. Feathers are light, delicate, reaching for the skies. Serpents coil in the dust, their movements close to the earth. One reaches upward, the other slithers below. Together, they tell the story of what it means to be both divine and flawed. From the moment he took his first breath, Quetzalcoatl carried the weight of both worlds on his shoulders. He was a god who knew that creation always comes at a cost. To make something new, something must be broken. To give life, something must die. It's a painful truth, but he accepted it, wearing it like a second skin. As he grew, he became known not only for his wisdom but for his compassion. He gave humanity the gift of maize, the very essence of life for the Aztecs. He taught them art, science, writing, tools to shape their world and understand their place in it. He was the god who walked among humans, not as a distant figure in the sky, but as one of them, feeling their struggles, sharing their burdens. But there was always another side to him, a side the stories couldn't ignore. The god of life carried death in his shadow. He was the creator who knew destruction was inevitable. Quetzalcoatl understood that the cycle couldn't be broken. Life feeds on death, and death clears the way for new life. Creation and destruction are intertwined, forever dancing around each other. In one story, Quetzalcoatl descends into the underworld to retrieve the bones of the dead, hoping to create humanity. But the journey isn't easy. Mictlantecuhtli, the god of death, doesn't give them up freely. He tricks Quetzalcoatl, causing him to stumble. The bones shatter, scattering across the ground. For a moment, all seems lost. But Quetzalcoatl doesn't give up. He gathers the broken pieces, mixing them with his own blood. His sacrifice brings humanity into existence. Yet, the brokenness remains. Humans are flawed, fragile, and incomplete. Quetzalcoatl's act of creation is beautiful, but it's also marked by loss. We are born from fragments, shaped by both divine love and the inevitability of death. Quetzalcoatl wasn't just a god of light and creation. He was also the god who fell. In another tale, he's tricked into drinking pulque, becoming intoxicated. He stumbles, makes mistakes, and in his shame, he exiles himself. The God who gave humanity everything walks away, lost in his own despair. The fall of Quetzalcoatl is a reminder that even gods can falter. Even they carry wounds that never fully heal. But his story doesn't end in exile. There's always the promise of return. Quetzalcoatl is the God who falls and rises again and again. He teaches that every ending carries the seed of a new beginning. Every act of creation is born from destruction, and every fall holds the possibility of redemption. His dual nature, the feathered serpent, speaks to something deeply human. We are capable of great kindness and terrible cruelty. We create beauty, but we also destroy it. We rise, and we fall. And through it all, Quetzalcoatl walks beside us, a god who understands that to be alive is to live in tension between opposing forces. He reminds us that life is fragile, sacred, and fleeting. That every breath we take is borrowed from the cosmos, sustained by the sacrifices of those who came before us. And just as he gave his own blood to shape humanity, we, too, must give something of ourselves to keep the world turning. The feathered serpent coils around the heart of the universe, whispering that nothing is permanent. Not life. Not death. Not even gods. But what we build with our hands, our hearts, and our sacrifices, that's what holds the world together. There is a figure carved into ancient stone, hidden beneath layers of time and dust. It gazes out with eyes that have witnessed both life and death, its form twisting between two worlds. It is neither fully bird nor snake, but both, a creature that seems to breathe life and whisper of endings all at once. The feathered serpent. Quetzalcoatl. A symbol that holds the weight of existence in every coil, every feather. Feathers shimmer in the light, delicate and ethereal, meant for the sky. They speak of freedom, of rising above, of touching the untouchable. Birds soar toward the heavens, chasing the sun, brushing against the stars. Feathers are a promise of hope, of reaching for something beyond the grasp of mortals. They carry prayers on the wind, rising higher, closer to the gods. And yet, the serpent coils on the ground, close to the earth. It moves through the dust, weaving silently through roots and shadows, its body a ripple of raw power. The serpent knows the soil's secrets, the stories buried beneath stone and root. It doesn't fear the dark. It slips between life and death, unseen but always present. It speaks to what lies beneath, buried truths, inevitable endings. To bring these two together, to make a serpent sprout feathers and rise toward the heavens, is to bridge two worlds that seem irreconcilable. Sky and earth. Spirit and flesh. Life and death. But the Aztecs knew that these weren't opposites. They were halves of a whole, endlessly intertwined. And Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, became the symbol of that delicate balance. It wasn't just a name or a myth. The feathered serpent appeared everywhere, in carvings, in murals, in the sacred masks worn by priests. His image wound through the temples, reminding the people of what they already knew deep inside: to live fully, you must walk between the sky and the earth. You must carry the lightness of feathers and the weight of the serpent. You must touch both life and death. In the movement of the serpent, there is transformation. It sheds its skin, leaving behind what no longer serves it, emerging new and whole. This is the cycle of life, of renewal. But the feathers? They hint at something more, something eternal. Feathers don't touch the ground. They rise, carried by winds that whisper of the gods. They speak of dreams, of reaching beyond what we know. Together, the serpent and the feathers tell a story that we all live. We are bound to the earth, but we long for the sky. The Aztecs believed that everything was connected. The ground they walked on wasn't separate from the stars they gazed at. Life wasn't separate from death. And Quetzalcoatl's form, the feathered serpent, was the embodiment of that connection. He wasn't just a god to be worshipped, he was a reminder of what it meant to exist. To carry feathers on a serpent's back is to carry hope and sorrow, creation and destruction, all at once. It's to understand that life is fleeting, but the spirit is eternal. It's to know that every beginning carries an ending, and every ending holds the seed of a new beginning. Quetzalcoatl didn't belong to one world. He wasn't content to stay in the heavens or the underworld. He moved between them effortlessly, reminding humanity that we, too, exist in the in-between. We are born from the earth, but we dream of the sky. We carry the weight of our mortality, but we reach for immortality with every act of kindness, every creation, every whispered prayer. The image of the feathered serpent wasn't meant to comfort. It was meant to stir something inside, a realization that life isn't about choosing between opposites. It's about holding them both, finding balance in the chaos. When the Aztecs carved his image into stone, they weren't creating art. They were leaving a message. A reminder for future generations. A warning. A hope. They knew that the world we walk in is fragile, that the sky can fall and the earth can crumble. But they also knew that the feathered serpent always rises again, carrying both the lightness of the sky and the heaviness of the ground. And as long as we remember that balance, as long as we walk between the serpent and the feathers, we can endure. The sky over Tenochtitlan was painted in shades of blood and fire. Smoke curled from temple tops, rising like desperate prayers toward a sun that burned mercilessly overhead. Below, the people gathered, hearts trembling as priests raised their blades. War was in the air, war, sacrifice, and gods who demanded both. In this world of relentless bloodshed, Quetzalcoatl stood apart. He was not the god who craved hearts torn from living chests. He did not hunger for the cries of the dying or the rivers of blood that stained temple steps. His power came from something deeper, a quiet, enduring strength that whispered of creation, compassion, and the value of life itself. Yet, even he could not escape the tangled web of gods who ruled this brutal cosmos. Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror, was his opposite in every way. Where Quetzalcoatl brought light and wisdom, Tezcatlipoca thrived in shadow and deception. They were bound together by fate, brothers and rivals, forever locked in a dance of creation and destruction. It was said that Tezcatlipoca pushed Quetzalcoatl to his limits, testing him, mocking his ideals of peace and mercy. Some stories say Tezcatlipoca tricked him into shame and exile, driving the feathered serpent away from the world he loved. Others say it was jealousy that fueled their endless conflict, a battle between two visions of power. But it wasn't just Tezcatlipoca who loomed over the Aztec people. Quetzalcoatl, the god of war and the sun, demanded constant sacrifice to keep the world alive. His followers marched into battle, their chants echoing across fields soaked in blood. He thrived on conquest, on the clash of obsidian blades, on the fierce devotion of warriors willing to die for his name. In his eyes, there was no place for weakness or hesitation. The sun must rise, and blood must flow. Quetzalcoatl watched this unrelenting cycle with sorrow in his heart. He was not blind to the need for balance. For life to continue, sacrifice was required. But he saw another path. One where wisdom could guide the people, where knowledge and compassion could sustain them. He taught them to cultivate the land, to cherish art, music, and poetry. He gave them maize, the lifeblood of their culture, so they might thrive without endless war. But his vision clashed with the brutal reality of the world. How could compassion stand against the roar of battle? How could wisdom compete with the fierce demands of gods like Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, who thrived on fear and power? Even Tlaloc, the god of rain and fertility, was not without his darker side. The rains that nourished crops could also drown villages. The same waters that brought life could bring death. The gods were never simple. They carried both gifts and punishments, love and cruelty, in equal measure. Quetzalcoatl's struggle wasn't just against the gods, it was against the very fabric of a world that seemed to demand violence to survive. He stood as a quiet rebellion against the belief that only death could sustain life. His message was radical: life itself was sacred. Knowledge was a gift. Compassion was strength, not weakness. And yet, he was not without his flaws. The gods who opposed him knew how to strike at his heart. They reminded him of his failures, of the times he had faltered. Tezcatlipoca, especially, reveled in Quetzalcoatl's moments of weakness. He whispered of shame and despair, painting Quetzalcoatl as a fallen god who could never truly rise again. But the people remembered. They remembered the god who brought them maize. The god who walked among them, not as a distant figure demanding tribute, but as one who understood their struggles. They remembered the feathered serpent, who carried both the lightness of feathers and the heaviness of earth. And though the world around them burned with war and sacrifice, Quetzalcoatl's legacy endured. In the end, he was more than just a god among gods. He was a symbol of something fragile but unbreakable, a reminder that even in a world of violence, there is always room for wisdom, compassion, and creation. The smoke may rise. The sun may demand its sacrifices. But somewhere in the hearts of the people, the feathered serpent still breathes, whispering that there is another way. There is a silence in the underworld that wraps around the bones of the dead. It is not the quiet of peace, but the stillness of endings. The final, heavy breath after life has slipped away. Mictlan, the land of the dead, holds the remnants of humanity, scattered and forgotten. The bones rest there, waiting. They are more than remains, they are fragments of stories, of lives that were, of lives that could be again. But no one dares to touch them. No one dares to challenge the lords of death, until Quetzalcoatl steps forward. The gods had tried to create humans before. 4 times the world had begun, and 4 times it had ended in chaos. Humans had been born, lived, and perished, their bodies lost to the destruction of each era. Now, in the 5th age, humanity was needed again. But to give life, one must first face death. And for that, someone had to go to Mictlan, the darkest place, where shadows breathe and death itself walks. Quetzalcoatl didn't hesitate. He wrapped himself in determination and courage, his heart carrying the weight of all who would come after. He knew the journey would be treacherous. The path to Mictlan was not a simple descent, it was a test. It demanded resilience, humility, and, above all, an understanding of what it means to face death with open eyes. As he entered Mictlan, the air grew heavy, thick with the scent of decay. Shadows shifted, whispering secrets only the dead could understand. In the heart of that darkness, Mictlantecuhtli, the Lord of Death, awaited. His skeletal face held no expression, yet his presence was overwhelming, a reminder that all things end, that even gods are not immune to the passage of time. Mictlantecuhtli didn't welcome Quetzalcoatl with open arms. Instead, he challenged him with riddles and obstacles, each more difficult than the last. He wanted to see if this god of life, this bringer of wisdom, could truly withstand the weight of death. Quetzalcoatl answered each challenge with steady resolve. He crossed rivers of blood and climbed mountains of obsidian. He walked among the souls of the dead, their hollow eyes watching, their silent voices begging for remembrance. Each step took him deeper into the heart of Mictlan, closer to the bones that held the promise of humanity's future. Finally, he reached the chamber where the bones lay. They were not grand or glowing, they were fragile, brittle things, piled in quiet surrender to time. But to Quetzalcoatl, they were sacred. He saw in them the spark of life waiting to be reignited, the possibility of something new rising from what had been lost. Gently, reverently, he gathered the bones, cradling them as one would a newborn child. He knew that these remnants were not just pieces of the past, they were the foundation of the future. Each bone held a story, a memory, a whisper of what humanity could become. But Mictlantecuhtli wasn't ready to let them go. As Quetzalcoatl turned to leave, the Lord of Death set traps in his path. The ground shook. The bones tumbled from Quetzalcoatl's arms, scattering across the earth. They shattered, breaking into countless pieces. For a moment, Quetzalcoatl stood frozen, staring at the fragments at his feet. The bones, the very essence of humanity, were broken. Was this the end? Was life doomed to remain trapped in the underworld, lost forever? But Quetzalcoatl knelt, gathering the shards with hands that trembled not with fear, but with hope. He didn't see the bones as ruined. He saw them as something waiting to be made whole again. He carried them carefully, piece by piece, as he made his way back to the land of the living. When he emerged from Mictlan, the other gods awaited him. They saw the broken bones and asked if he had failed. But Quetzalcoatl shook his head. "No," he said softly. "These bones will live again." The gods worked together to breathe life into the bones. They bled themselves into the fragments, mixing divine essence with mortal remains. And slowly, from the dust of death, humanity rose once more. The people were born not from perfection, but from brokenness. They carried within them the cracks and fractures of the bones that had been shattered in Mictlan. But they also carried the breath of the gods, the spark of life that refused to be extinguished. This is why the Aztecs believed that life and death are inseparable. To create, one must first face destruction. To live, one must understand that death is not an end, but a beginning. Quetzalcoatl's journey into Mictlan was more than a myth, it was a truth etched into the fabric of existence. Life is fragile. It breaks. It shatters. But it also endures. And even in the darkest places, there is always the promise of rebirth. The earth cracked under the sun's unforgiving gaze. Fields stretched endlessly, barren and dry, while people bent low, their hands empty, their stomachs hollow. Hunger was not a fleeting discomfort, it was a shadow that clung to them, a constant ache that turned hope to dust. The gods had given them life, but life alone was not enough. They needed something to sustain it. Something to grow. Something to fill the emptiness inside. But the earth withheld its secrets. The people whispered of a plant hidden in the mountains, a grain that held the promise of life. They called it maize. It was said that maize had the power to nourish both body and spirit, to lift the people from despair. Yet, no one knew how to find it. The gods had sealed it away behind stone and sky, beyond the reach of mortals. Until Quetzalcoatl stepped forward. He saw the suffering etched into the faces of the people. He heard the quiet desperation in their prayers. And he knew that to truly give life, he must do more than create humanity. He must feed them, sustain them, help them grow. It wasn't enough to be a god of life, he had to be a god of the living. Quetzalcoatl climbed the jagged mountains where the maize was hidden. The path was treacherous, the air thin and cold. The wind howled like a warning, but he pressed on, his heart steady with purpose. He reached the top, where a great rock sealed the maze away. It was impenetrable, a fortress of stone that defied even divine hands. But Quetzalcoatl didn't rely on brute force. He didn't shatter the rock with strength or demand it open with thunderous words. Instead, he transformed into an ant, a tiny, humble creature. He shrank himself down, becoming small enough to slip through the cracks in the stone. The mountain loomed over him, massive and indifferent. Yet, inch by inch, he carried maize in his tiny jaws, bringing it out of the darkness and into the light. His journey was slow, painstaking. Each grain he carried was a promise to his people, a promise that hunger would no longer define their days. When he returned, he scattered the maize across the land, planting hope with every seed. The earth, once barren, responded with abundance. Green stalks rose from the soil, reaching toward the sun, their golden kernels shining like treasure. The people knelt before the fields, tears streaming down their faces, for they understood that they were no longer at the mercy of the gods. They had been given the means to sustain themselves. Maize was more than food. It was life itself. From that day, maize became sacred. It was more than a crop, it was a gift from the feathered serpent, a symbol of his love for humanity. Every kernel held his story, a reminder of the God who walked among mortals, who carried their burdens with quiet humility. The people learned to cherish the cycle of life and growth. They planted maize with reverence, singing songs of gratitude as they worked the fields. They knew that each seed was a miracle, born from the sacrifice of a god who saw their suffering and chose to act. In every harvest, they saw Quetzalcoatl's face. And in the humble ant that scurried across the dirt, they saw his spirit, a reminder that greatness is not always found in power, but in persistence. The greatest gifts come not from force, but from compassion. But Quetzalcoatl's story doesn't end there. His journey continues, through every field, and every breath of wind that rustles the maize. He lives in the hands of those who plant and tend the earth, who understand that life is a cycle of giving and receiving. The feathered serpent is more than a god, he is the seed of life itself, planted deep within the hearts of his people. And as long as maize grows, so too does his legacy. The night sky stretched endlessly over Tenochtitlan, a sea of stars flickering like whispered promises. Beneath that cosmic canvas, fires burned in temple courtyards. The scent of incense mixed with the copper tang of blood, drifting toward the heavens in hopes that the gods would listen. Priests stood with knives in their hands, their faces shadowed, their prayers fierce. For them, sacrifice was the price of balance, the blood of a few to sustain the many. But not everyone watched with acceptance. Somewhere in the crowd, a woman held her child close, her heart pounding with fear. Somewhere else, a man whispered a silent plea, wondering if the gods truly demanded such suffering. And from beyond the smoke and stone, Quetzalcoatl watched too. The feathered serpent, the god who gave humanity life, who brought them maize and knowledge, did not turn away from their pain. He saw the trembling hands, the haunted eyes, the quiet despair that followed every sacrifice. And he wondered, was this the wisdom he had hoped to bring? Was this what it meant to be human? Quetzalcoatl wasn't like the other gods. He didn't crave conquest or chaos. He didn't revel in war or destruction. His power wasn't found in thunder or bloodshed, but in quiet moments of learning, in the spark of an idea, and the gentle touch of compassion. He believed that humanity's strength lay not in their willingness to kill, but in their capacity to grow, to create, to seek wisdom. They called him the bringer of civilization. The god who taught them to write, to count, to build cities that touched the sky. He showed them how to read the stars and understand the passing of time. He whispered the secrets of healing herbs, the art of diplomacy, the beauty of poetry. He taught them that true power wasn't in taking life, but in nurturing it. In one story, Quetzalcoatl walked the earth disguised as a man. He wore a humble cloak, his divine essence hidden behind mortal flesh. He wandered from village to village, listening to the people's struggles. He saw their fear of the gods, their desperation to please them with offerings of blood. When he spoke, it wasn't with thunder or command. His voice was gentle, like a river winding through the mountains. "Why do you offer the lives of your people to the gods?" he asked one village elder. "To keep the world turning," the elder replied. "Without sacrifice, the sun will fall from the sky, and we will all perish." Quetzalcoatl knelt, tracing his fingers through the dirt. "And who taught you this?" The elder bowed his head. "The gods." Quetzalcoatl's heart ached. He thought of the other gods, Tezcatlipoca, the dark mirror, who reveled in chaos. Huitzilopochtli, the warrior, who demanded the blood of enemies to fuel the sun's fire. They believed in strength through fear. But Quetzalcoatl knew a different kind of strength. He stood, his gaze steady. What if the sun rises not because of death, but because of life? What if the gods are not fed by blood, but by wisdom, by kindness, by the harmony of people working together? The elder looked up, hope flickering in his tired eyes. "Is that possible?" Quetzalcoatl smiled softly. "It is not only possible, it is the way things should be." But change did not come easily. The other gods saw his teachings as dangerous. They believed that without sacrifice, chaos would reign. They whispered that Quetzalcoatl's compassion made him weak, that he would doom humanity with his softness. Tezcatlipoca, his eternal rival, sought to prove him wrong. In one tale, Tezcatlipoca tricked Quetzalcoatl into drinking a potion that made him forget himself. Lost in despair, Quetzalcoatl fled to the sea, leaving the people behind. Without their god of wisdom, the people returned to old ways. Blood flowed once more. But even in exile, Quetzalcoatl did not abandon his belief. The legend says that he vowed to return when humanity was ready to embrace a new path. That one day, the feathered serpent would rise again, not with fire and fury, but with wisdom and peace. His story lingered in the hearts of the people, a quiet rebellion against the violence of the world. In every poem recited, every book written, every song sung, they honored his teachings. They remembered that knowledge is sacred, that kindness is strength, that wisdom is the light that guides through the darkest nights. Quetzalcoatl's moral code wasn't carved in stone. It lived in the hearts of those who listened, who chose to believe that humanity's future could be built on more than blood. It lived in the mother who refused to sacrifice her child, in the farmer who shared his harvest, in the healer who tended the sick without asking for offerings. It lived in the whisper that grew louder with each generation. What if we are more than what the gods demand? What if we are what Quetzalcoatl believes us to be? The feathered serpent was not a god of war. He was a god of hope. A god who believed that humanity's greatest offering was not in death, but in life. The night he left, the sky wept with rain. Quetzalcoatl stood at the edge of the city he had built, the place where his heart had lived among the people. His robes clung to his body, soaked through with water and sorrow, as he watched the fires of the temple flicker in the distance. Behind him, the echoes of betrayal still lingered, Tezcatlipoca's cruel laughter, the jeering voices of those who once called him their god. He had given them everything: life, knowledge, the gift of maize. But tonight, none of it mattered. Tonight, he was an outcast. They called him a failure, a coward. They said he had been corrupted, that he had fallen from grace. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the bringer of light and wisdom, had been tricked into shame by a god who thrived on chaos. Tezcatlipoca, his dark brother, had known exactly where to strike. The trick began with a reflection. Tezcatlipoca had offered him a mirror, a polished, obsidian surface that shimmered like water. "Look," he whispered, his voice soft and persuasive, like poison in the ear. "See yourself as you truly are." Quetzalcoatl, ever the seeker of truth, could not resist. He peered into the mirror. What stared back at him was not the wise, compassionate god he believed himself to be. Instead, he saw a man worn down by the weight of his own perfection. His eyes, once filled with fire, now brimmed with doubt. His face, etched with lines of sorrow, spoke of a god who had given too much and taken nothing for himself. "Do you see?" Tezcatlipoca murmured, leaning closer. "You are not who they think you are. You are weak. You are lost." Quetzalcoatl's heart faltered. For the first time, he wondered if it was true. The doubt consumed him. Tezcatlipoca pressed on, offering him a drink, pulque, fermented and potent. "This will ease your burden," he promised. Quetzalcoatl drank. And with each sip, his sorrow deepened. His vision blurred. The lines between truth and illusion faded until he could no longer see the man he truly was. He stumbled through the city that night, his steps unsteady, his mind clouded. The people who once revered him watched in horror as their god, once pure, once untouchable, fell to human vices. Whispers spread like wildfire. "He is no god," they said. "He is flawed, like us." In the morning, Quetzalcoatl awoke with the weight of shame crushing his chest. The city he loved so deeply had turned away from him. His people, who once sang his praises, now looked at him with disappointment. He couldn't bear it. So he left. Some say he burned his own temples before he went, watching the flames consume the symbols of his divinity. Others say he walked barefoot into the wilderness, his head bowed in sorrow. But all the stories agree on one thing: Quetzalcoatl disappeared, leaving a void in the hearts of his people. Yet, as he walked away, the wind carried a promise. Quetzalcoatl wasn't a god who vanished into oblivion. He was a god of rebirth, of cycles. And though he had fallen, the story didn't end there. His departure was not a goodbye, it was a promise of return. The legends say that he traveled east to the edge of the world, where the land meets the sea. There, he stood on the shore, watching the waves crash against the rocks. The salty air stung his skin, but he didn't flinch. He stared at the horizon, where the sky bled into the water, and vowed that he would return when the world was ready for him again. They say he sailed away on a raft made of serpents, his silhouette fading into the mist. But even in exile, his spirit lingered. The people couldn't forget him. His teachings had taken root too deeply. His gifts, maize, knowledge, compassion, were woven into the fabric of their lives. Every time they planted a seed, every time they read the stars, every time they showed kindness to one another, they remembered him. Quetzalcoatl became more than a god. He became a symbol of hope. Because his story wasn't one of defeat. It was a story of redemption. In every fall, there is the possibility of rising again. In every exile, there is the promise of return. And in every mistake, there is the seed of wisdom. The people believed that one day, Quetzalcoatl would come back, not as a conqueror, not with vengeance in his heart, but as a bringer of peace. They whispered that he would return in a time of great need, when the world cried out for wisdom, for compassion, for a God who saw the value of life beyond power and blood. And so, they waited. They watched the horizon, scanning for a figure clad in feathers and scales. They listened for the sound of footsteps, the gentle rustle of a cloak in the wind. They believed that Quetzalcoatl's exile was not the end of his story, but a chapter in a greater tale of renewal. Because Quetzalcoatl wasn't just a god who fell. He was a god who promised to rise again. Even in the darkest of nights, his light never truly faded. The year was one reed, and the air seemed to hum with anticipation. The people of Tenochtitlan could feel it, a stirring in the winds, a whisper in the songs of the birds that flew high above the city. It was as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Something that had been promised. Something that had been foretold. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was coming home. For years, the prophecy had been etched into the hearts of the Aztec people, passed down like a sacred secret. In the year one reed, Quetzalcoatl would return to the land he had once ruled, to restore order and wisdom to a world that had fallen into chaos. It was not just a hope, it was a belief woven into every story, every ritual, every prayer. They didn't just want him to return. They needed him to. The gods had turned their backs on the people. The empire was facing war, famine, and despair. The people longed for the days when Quetzalcoatl had walked among them, a god of compassion, of peace, of prosperity. There were those who waited with eyes wide, straining to see the first signs of his arrival. The stars above, the birds in the sky, surely, they would give him away. They had been watching for years, waiting for the omen that would mark his return. And when the year one reed arrived, everything felt different. The sun was brighter. The winds warmer. The hearts of the people swelled with a hope that almost felt tangible. For the Aztecs, the prophecy was not merely a promise of salvation, but a lifeline, a reason to believe that a future beyond struggle was possible. It gave them a sense of purpose, a sense of unity. To think that their God, their protector, the one who had taught them the meaning of life itself, would return and bring with him an era of peace. It was a belief that tied them together, that shaped their worldview. As the months passed and the year one reed grew older, the people became more restless, more expectant. They searched the skies. They listened for any sign, any whisper that would confirm their deepest wish. They had lived through the darkness before. They had seen what happened when the gods were silent. Now, they waited for the return of their light. But what they did not know, what none of them could have foreseen, was that the return they so fervently hoped for would come not in the way they imagined. In the same year, a stranger appeared on the horizon. He was unlike anyone the Aztecs had ever seen. His skin was pale, his hair light, his eyes piercing in their intensity. He carried with him the air of someone who was both foreign and familiar. His presence seemed to draw the very sky closer to the earth. Some say he rode a white ship, others claim he walked with a strange, graceful stride. What they all agreed upon, however, was that there was something undeniably powerful about him. His name was Hernán Cortés. As he and his soldiers marched toward Tenochtitlan, the people looked on in awe and fear. They didn't know who he was, but they believed, some of them believed, that he might be the very one the prophecy had promised. He was pale, like Quetzalcoatl had been said to be. He arrived in the year 1 read. The signs, the symbols, they all pointed to him. Could this be their God, returned at last, bringing with him the salvation they had longed for? The question burned in their hearts, unanswered. There were whispers in the streets. Was this man the return of Quetzalcoatl? Had the god come back in a new form, a new face, to fulfill his promise? As the days passed, the tension grew. The Aztecs prepared for what they thought would be a reunion with their god. The streets were filled with hope, but also confusion. Was this truly Quetzalcoatl? Was this the god they had longed for? Could their god really be among them again? But as the stranger and his men entered Tenochtitlan, the truth began to unravel. The man was not Quetzalcoatl. He was not a god come to bring peace. He was a conqueror. His men were not heralds of salvation, but invaders, bringing with them death, disease, and destruction. The dream of Quetzalcoatl's return shattered. The hope that had burned so brightly now flickered like a dying ember. The people of Tenochtitlan had been so certain. Their belief had been so deep, so absolute. They had seen in the stranger the fulfillment of the prophecy, the coming of their god. But instead, they faced the bitter sting of reality. The return they had imagined, the return they had prayed for, had not come. It was not Quetzalcoatl who had returned. It was the darkness they had feared. The prophecy had promised a savior. It had promised that the God of wisdom and peace would return. And yet, what they had witnessed was not peace, but a brutal end to their world. But even in this, even in the shadow of devastation, there was something that remained. Quetzalcoatl's teachings, his message of wisdom, kindness, and hope, still lived in the hearts of the people. Even as the invaders razed their city, even as the blood of their warriors soaked into the earth, the memory of their god endured. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, had not returned in the way they expected. But his spirit, his wisdom, his hope, lived on. The prophecy had spoken of a return. But sometimes, the return comes in unexpected forms. Sometimes, the most profound moments of change arise from the ashes of destruction. And though the Aztecs were forced to face a new reality, they could not forget the god who had once been their guiding light. Quetzalcoatl's legacy remained, a whisper of wisdom in the chaos, a spark of hope in the darkness. The prophecy of Quetzalcoatl's return would echo through the ages, a reminder that no matter how lost or broken the world may seem, the light of wisdom and compassion can never truly fade. In the silence of the desert, there stands a city that has long since crumbled to dust, its once grand temples now reduced to forgotten ruins. But the memory of this place lingers in the hearts of those who came after. The Toltecs, a people whose greatness still echoes through the corridors of time, are remembered for one man, Quetzalcoatl. His name is carved into the hearts of his people, and his legacy flows like a river through the veins of history. Tepiltzin was not just a ruler, he was a symbol. He was the embodiment of wisdom, of justice, of the very ideals that the Toltec civilization held dear. His reign was a time of prosperity and peace, a time when art, knowledge, and spirituality flourished. The stories of his reign were passed down through generations, and as the years went on, those stories transformed into myth. Was he truly a god in human form? Or was he a mortal king, elevated by the reverence of his people? The lines blurred, and the figure of Tepiltzin Quetzalcoatl became larger than life. Tepiltzin's rule was marked by a devotion to peace and enlightenment. Under his leadership, the Toltecs built a society founded on the pursuit of knowledge, where the arts and sciences were held in the highest regard. He was said to have brought with him the teachings of Quetzalcoatl, guiding his people toward wisdom and prosperity. His reign was a time of growth, when the heavens and the earth seemed to align in a rare harmony. He stood as a beacon of hope for his people, a ruler whose heart was as pure as the gold that adorned his temples. But as with all things touched by time, even the greatest of rulers must face their trials. Quetzalcoatl's reign was not without its challenges. He was confronted by enemies, both from within and without. It is said that his closest ally, the powerful god Tezcatlipoca, grew jealous of Quetzalcoatl's popularity. Tezcatlipoca, a god of night and mirror, was the embodiment of everything that Quetzalcoatl was not: chaos, destruction, and darkness. The tension between the two gods escalated, and the fate of Quetzalcoatl became tied to a battle of divine wills. The myth of Quetzalcoatl's fall from grace is one of the most poignant stories of the Toltec civilization. Tezcatlipoca, seeking to undermine Quetzalcoatl's power, cast a shadow over his rule. Through deception and trickery, Tezcatlipoca caused Quetzalcoatl to fall into a deep despair. In one of the most heart-wrenching moments in Toltec mythology, Quetzalcoatl, unable to resist the temptations that were laid before him, fell victim to his own flaws. He was led astray, and the consequences were devastating. In his sorrow, Quetzalcoatl left his people, retreating into the wilderness. His departure marked the end of an era for the Toltecs. The city of Tallinn, once a shining example of peace and prosperity, fell into decline. The people, lost without their beloved ruler, turned to war and destruction. The legacy of Quetzalcoatl was torn asunder, and the city that had once been a beacon of light became a shadow of its former self. Yet, even in his exile, Quetzalcoatl's influence did not fade. His name, his teachings, and his ideals continued to live on in the hearts of those who had known him. The myths of his return began to take root, growing into a powerful force that would shape the future of Mesoamerica. It is said that Quetzalcoatl promised to return, to restore the world to its former glory. This prophecy would come to haunt the Aztecs, who inherited the wisdom of the Toltecs and their gods. The Aztecs revered Quetzalcoatl as a god of creation, a deity who had given them the tools to build a civilization. But they also saw in him the echoes of the Toltec ruler, Tepiltzin. The connection between the two was undeniable. To the Aztecs, Quetzalcoatl was not just a god of the past, he was a symbol of what could be. He represented the hope that one day, the world could be restored to the harmony and peace that had been lost. The myth of his return lived on, carried by the winds of time. The influence of the Toltecs on the Aztecs was profound. The Aztec civilization, though distinct in its own right, was built upon the foundation of the Toltec legacy. The Aztecs borrowed heavily from Toltec art, architecture, and religious practices, incorporating them into their own culture. The great city of Tenochtitlan, with its towering temples and grand ceremonies, was a reflection of the Toltec ideals that had once flourished in Tallinn. Even the Aztec calendar, with its intricate design and cosmic significance, bore the mark of Toltec influence. But it was not just the material culture of the Toltecs that shaped the Aztecs, it was their moral and spiritual teachings. The Toltec emphasis on wisdom, on the pursuit of knowledge and understanding, found a strong echo in Aztec society. The Aztecs, like the Toltecs before them, revered their gods as teachers, as guides who showed them the path to a better world. Quetzalcoatl, as both a god and a king, embodied these ideals. He was a bringer of knowledge, a model for how to live a life of wisdom and compassion. The story of Tepiltzin Quetzalcoatl and his fall from grace was not just a cautionary tale, it was a reminder of the fragility of human nature. It spoke to the deep fears and desires that reside in every heart, the desire for greatness, the fear of failure, the struggle between light and dark. Quetzalcoatl's story was a reflection of the journey that every person must take, the battle between the forces of good and evil, and the hope that even in our darkest moments, redemption is possible. And so, the legacy of the Toltecs lived on through the Aztecs, carried by the myth of Quetzalcoatl and the enduring belief that wisdom, peace, and redemption were always within reach. Though the Toltec Empire had fallen, its spirit lived on, a flickering flame that would never be extinguished. It burned brightly in the hearts of those who believed, in the stories that were told, and in the memory of a king who once walked among the stars. Beneath the shadows of the mountains, nestled in a valley that echoes with the whispers of ancient winds, stands a city that once held the world in its grasp. Teotihuacan, the city of the gods, rises from the earth like a testament to the power of vision and belief. Its streets, now silent, once thrummed with the pulse of thousands who came seeking something greater than themselves. There, in the heart of the city, stood a monument, a temple, a beacon of devotion, dedicated to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, whose presence still lingers in the stones of the ancient pyramid. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl is not merely a structure, it is a story carved into the landscape, an imprint of faith that has endured for centuries. When you stand before it, it feels as though the very air around you carries the weight of a long-forgotten song, one that once filled the hearts of the people who came here, looking for answers, looking for meaning. Each stone tells a tale of reverence and mystery, as if the temple itself has become a vessel for the spirit of Quetzalcoatl, waiting to reveal itself again. The temple is a marvel of artistry and architecture. Its walls are adorned with intricate carvings of serpents, feathered and divine, a powerful reminder of Quetzalcoatl's dual nature. Above them, the sky stretches wide, as though the heavens themselves bend to listen to the whispers of those who seek solace here. And yet, for all its grandeur, the temple is a quiet place, where time seems to stand still, allowing you to feel the presence of the gods in a way that words cannot capture. What makes this temple even more striking is its location. Teotihuacan was not just a city, it was the center of a world. The Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Avenue of the Dead all lead to this sacred place, as if the entire city was built to honor the divine force that Quetzalcoatl represented. The very layout of Teotihuacan seems to echo the celestial patterns, a testament to the city's spiritual importance. This was not a place of mere human ambition, it was a city that sought to reach the heavens, to touch the stars, to understand the mysteries of life and death. As you stand at the foot of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, you can almost hear the reverent chants of the people who once filled this space. They came from far and wide, drawn by the allure of the feathered serpent, seeking guidance, wisdom, and divine favor. Quetzalcoatl, the god of life, death, wisdom, and creation, held sway over their hearts and minds, guiding them through the cycles of the earth and the cosmos. His influence was not just spiritual, it was cultural, shaping the way the people of Teotihuacan saw the world around them. Teotihuacan was not the first city to revere Quetzalcoatl, but it was one of the most significant. It was here, in this city of awe-inspiring structures and celestial alignments, that the myth of Quetzalcoatl truly took root. As one of the most powerful cities in Mesoamerica, Teotihuacan's influence stretched far beyond its borders, leaving an indelible mark on the civilizations that came after it, including the mighty Aztecs. They inherited not just the physical remnants of Teotihuacan, but also the stories, the ideas, and the spiritual practices that had been passed down through generations. Teotihuacan's impact on later civilizations, particularly the Aztecs, cannot be overstated. The city's art, architecture, and religious practices would resonate in the cultures that followed, including the Aztec reverence for Quetzalcoatl. The Aztecs saw in Quetzalcoatl a god who embodied both the potential for destruction and the promise of renewal, a being whose presence could both create and sustain life. His image, his teachings, and his essence lived on in the myths and rituals of the Aztec people. The city of Teotihuacan, with its sprawling pyramids and grand avenues, was a microcosm of the divine order that Quetzalcoatl represented. The arrangement of the city itself reflected the alignment of the stars, a deliberate attempt to mirror the heavens. And in the heart of this sacred space, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl stood as a reminder of the delicate balance between earth and sky, between life and death. To stand in Teotihuacan was to feel the weight of the universe on your shoulders, to sense the connection between the human world and the divine realm. But what makes Teotihuacan even more profound is the way it forces us to confront the passage of time. The city, once a bustling hub of culture and power, is now a place of stillness. The stones that once echoed with the steps of priests, the prayers of worshippers, and the sounds of ceremonies are now silent. The grandeur of the city has faded, but its legacy remains etched into the very fabric of history. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl, like the city itself, stands as a monument to what was and what might have been. It serves as a bridge between past and present, connecting us to a time long gone but never forgotten. As you gaze at the temple, there is a sense of longing, a desire to touch the past, to reach into that space where the divine and mortal once collided. The people of Teotihuacan understood something that we have lost, that the gods are not distant, unreachable beings, but forces that walk among us, shaping our lives in ways we cannot always understand. They saw in Quetzalcoatl not just a god of the heavens, but a god who walked the earth, who shaped the course of human history. The stories of Quetzalcoatl, passed down through generations, remind us of our own connection to the divine, to the forces that shape our world. And yet, the story does not end with the fall of Teotihuacan. The city may have crumbled, its temples and pyramids may have been abandoned, but the influence of Quetzalcoatl and the legacy of Teotihuacan lived on. The people who came after, the civilizations that rose from the ashes of Teotihuacan's decline, carried with them the memory of this sacred place. They built their cities, their temples, and their lives with the knowledge that the gods, like Quetzalcoatl, were never truly gone. They remained, waiting to be remembered, waiting to be honored once again. As the sun sets over the ruins of Teotihuacan, casting long shadows across the broken stones, there is a quiet sense of reverence. The winds that once carried the chants of worshippers now carry only silence, but in that silence, there is a deep, profound presence. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl stands as a reminder that even in the face of time's inevitable march, the gods endure. Their stories, their teachings, and their legacies will never be forgotten. The feathered serpent, though hidden from view, still watches over the land, waiting for the moment when the world will once again recognize its divine power. The sun beats down on the grand stone temples as the city hums with the energy of 1,000 voices. At the heart of the Aztec Empire, the gods were not just figures of myth, they were the lifeblood of everything. Every stone in the pyramid, every symbol etched into the walls, every ritual held within the grand temples had a purpose. And as the Aztec Empire expanded, so did the significance of the gods they worshipped. Amidst the sea of deities, one stood out, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a god who would come to symbolize not just divine power, but the soul of an empire. The Aztecs were no strangers to the weight of their gods. Their lives were intertwined with the heavens, with every sunrise and sunset offering them a new chance to honor those who watched over them. But Quetzalcoatl was different. He was not just a god of power or war, he was a god of creation and destruction, wisdom and life. His influence had already spread far across Mesoamerica, carried by the stories and legends of the Toltecs, the people who had once reigned before the Aztecs. But it was with the rise of the Aztec Empire that Quetzalcoatl was truly embraced as a central figure. For the Aztecs, Quetzalcoatl was more than a deity, he was a symbol of everything they aspired to be. His dual nature reflected the balance they sought in life. He was both the life-giver and the destroyer, the god who could inspire wisdom and the god who could lay waste to the earth. As the empire expanded, the Aztecs needed a god who could unify them, a god whose influence could stretch over the vast lands they were claiming. Quetzalcoatl, with his wisdom and teachings, was a perfect fit. His story offered a path not just to spiritual enlightenment but to political strength. But there was more to Quetzalcoatl's rise than just divine symbolism. As the Aztec Empire grew, so did the need for a unifying figure, a figure that could legitimize the power of the rulers and create a sense of divine order over their expanding territories. And what better way to solidify that power than by adopting a god who embodied both the cosmic order and the wisdom of governance? Quetzalcoatl, with his reputation for intelligence and fairness, became the perfect figurehead for the ruling elite. The Aztec rulers understood the power of symbolism. The gods were not just figures to be worshipped, they were tools to be used. By placing Quetzalcoatl at the center of their religious and political life, the rulers could bind the hearts and minds of their people to the very foundation of the empire. In Quetzalcoatl, they saw a reflection of themselves, a god who ruled not through sheer force, but through wisdom, compassion, and balance. The message was clear: under the guidance of Quetzalcoatl, the Aztec Empire could achieve greatness, but only through harmony and understanding, not through blind aggression. The rise of Quetzalcoatl also came at a time when the Aztec Empire was in the midst of consolidating its power. It was an empire born of struggle, forged in the fires of battle and sacrifice. But the Aztecs knew that power alone could not sustain them forever. They needed something more, a spiritual foundation that could give their empire purpose, something that could bind together the diverse people who had been brought under their rule. Quetzalcoatl, with his association with creation and wisdom, was the perfect god to embody this new vision. Through Quetzalcoatl, the Aztecs could paint themselves not just as conquerors but as protectors of the divine order. His teachings emphasized the importance of knowledge, culture, and morality. He was the bringer of civilization, the one who taught humanity the arts of agriculture, the importance of the calendar, and the wisdom of governance. His influence transcended the physical world; it reached into the very soul of the empire. By adopting Quetzalcoatl as their patron deity, the Aztecs could weave their empire into the greater cosmic order, ensuring its place in the divine scheme of the universe. Quetzalcoatl's rise within Aztec society also had political ramifications. The rulers, known as Huitzilopochtli, or Great Speakers, used Quetzalcoatl's image to legitimize their reign. The emperor, or the ruler of the empire, was seen not just as a political leader but as a divine figure, a representative of Quetzalcoatl on earth. His decisions were seen as guided by the god himself, his power reinforced by divine will. The idea that the ruler was an earthly incarnation of Quetzalcoatl elevated him above mere mortal concerns, placing him in the realm of the sacred. The religious significance of Quetzalcoatl was deeply woven into the political structure of the empire. The priests who served him held considerable sway, their influence extending far beyond the walls of the temple. They acted as intermediaries between the gods and the people, and their power was built on their relationship with Quetzalcoatl. Rituals, sacrifices, and offerings to the feathered serpent were seen as a way to maintain cosmic balance, ensuring the prosperity of the empire. The image of Quetzalcoatl, often depicted as a feathered serpent with the wings of a bird, became a symbol of divine authority, power, and the cyclical nature of life. But as much as Quetzalcoatl was revered for his wisdom and his role as a bringer of civilization, his prominence also served another, darker purpose. The Aztecs, while deeply connected to the teachings of Quetzalcoatl, also lived in a world where war and conquest were necessary for survival. The gods of war, like Quetzalcoatl, held their place in the pantheon, and their influence was undeniable. But Quetzalcoatl, with his association with creation, wisdom, and morality, offered a counterbalance. His story reminded the people of the importance of intellect and balance, of life beyond conquest. His rise symbolized a vision for the empire that was not solely focused on war, but on the cultivation of knowledge, the honoring of traditions, and the creation of a just and harmonious society. Quetzalcoatl's role in Aztec culture grew beyond that of a mere god; it became a symbol of the delicate equilibrium the Aztecs sought to achieve. His rise, in both the political and spiritual realms, shaped not only the way the Aztecs saw their empire, but also the way they saw themselves. They were not just conquerors, they were the heirs of a divine wisdom that had been passed down through the ages, a wisdom that could guide them through even the darkest of times. In Quetzalcoatl, they saw not just a god, but the very essence of what it meant to be Aztec. The soft sound of drums echoed through the vast temple courtyards, filling the air with a rhythm that seemed to call out to the very gods above. In the heart of Tenochtitlan, a city where every stone was sacred and every moment devoted to the divine, the priests stood poised and solemn. They wore garments adorned with symbols of the gods they served, their faces painted to reflect the spirits they invoked. Among all the gods, there was one who stood at the very center of their sacred rituals, one who embodied life, wisdom, and the ever-turning cycle of existence. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was not only a god of the heavens, but also the patron deity of the priests themselves. The Aztec priesthood was no ordinary class; it was a powerful, almost mystical group entrusted with guiding the people through both the divine and earthly realms. Their role was sacred, their knowledge of the gods and the rituals a bridge between the mortal and divine worlds. But in all the prayers, ceremonies, and offerings, one god remained the focal point of their devotion, Quetzalcoatl. His essence infused every aspect of their rituals, his presence felt in the quiet whisper of their chants, and the vibrant colors of the ceremonial robes, and the heavy incense that filled the air as offerings were made. The priests of Quetzalcoatl were entrusted with a special responsibility to honor him through the sacred rituals that kept the balance of the universe intact. These rituals were not just performances or acts of devotion, they were acts of cosmic importance. Each prayer, each chant, each sacrifice was a vital thread woven into the great tapestry of existence. To the Aztecs, life was a fragile thing, balanced delicately between the forces of creation and destruction. Quetzalcoatl, as the god of wisdom and life, was the axis upon which this delicate balance turned. The ceremonies dedicated to Quetzalcoatl were elaborate and full of meaning. The priests prepared for months, crafting sacred offerings and weaving together prayers that had been passed down for generations. Each detail mattered: the flowers, the incense, the feathers, the food, all were offerings to the god who had given them knowledge, life, and the gift of maize. The rituals reflected the very essence of Quetzalcoatl's influence: wisdom, harmony, and the giving of life. Every act within these ceremonies mirrored the divine balance he represented. One of the most powerful rituals was the offering of blood, but it was not a simple act of sacrifice. In the heart of the ceremony, the priests would use a ceremonial blade, sharp and gleaming, to draw their own blood, offering it to Quetzalcoatl as a symbol of devotion. The blood was not just a symbol of life, it was a symbol of sacrifice, of the willingness to give everything for the divine will. For the Aztecs, life was not to be taken lightly. It was to be honored, nurtured, and protected at all costs. In these ceremonies, the priests would gather at the grand temples dedicated to Quetzalcoatl. At the top of the temple, they would offer incense and flowers, calling upon the god to listen to their prayers. The air would be thick with the scent of burning copal as the sound of the conch shell horn pierced the sky, signaling the beginning of the sacred ritual. With the sound of the horn, the crowd would fall silent, the weight of the moment settling over them like a blanket. In that silence, the priests would speak the ancient words, invoking the god's power to renew and protect. As the rituals unfolded, the priests' movements were slow and deliberate, each gesture infused with meaning. They did not act out of haste or desire, they acted out of reverence, knowing that their every movement carried the weight of their entire society's future. Quetzalcoatl was not just a god to them, he was the embodiment of wisdom, the path to understanding, and the protector of the people. Through their devotion to him, the priests believed they could maintain harmony and balance in a world that constantly teetered on the edge of chaos. But the role of the priesthood was not just about ritual. The priests were the keepers of sacred knowledge. They held the ancient wisdom passed down by Quetzalcoatl himself, the knowledge of the stars, the cycles of time, the mysteries of the heavens. It was through the priesthood that the people were taught the wisdom that Quetzalcoatl had given them, the importance of maintaining harmony with the earth, of honoring the gods with the proper offerings, and of understanding the complex relationships between the divine and the mortal worlds. The priesthood was not only responsible for the physical rituals, but also for guiding the people in the spiritual practices that ensured prosperity and peace. Quetzalcoatl's role within the priesthood was also deeply tied to the cultivation of maize, the sacred crop that fed the people. The priests, through their ceremonies, called upon Quetzalcoatl to ensure that the rains would come and the crops would grow. The god of the wind and the rain, Quetzalcoatl's blessings were vital to the survival of the people. And so, in every ritual, there was a prayer for the earth's fertility, for the abundance of the harvest, and for the sustenance of the people. To the Aztecs, maize was life itself. It was the foundation of their diet, the core of their existence. And it was Quetzalcoatl, through his connection to the earth, who provided this gift. In every ceremony, there was a deep, profound connection between the priests and the divine. They were not just performing rituals, they were communicating with the gods, bringing forth the divine will to the people. Every movement, every word, every offering was a conversation with Quetzalcoatl, a plea for favor and protection. In the rhythm of the drums, in the sound of the conch, in the smoke rising from the sacred fires, the priests and the people came together in shared reverence, knowing that their fates were bound to the god they served. And so, through the endless cycles of ritual, Quetzalcoatl's presence was felt in every corner of the Aztec world. The priests, with their sacred knowledge and their unwavering devotion, became the living connection between the earth and the heavens. They were the ones who stood at the center of the divine and the mortal, bringing Quetzalcoatl's wisdom and power into the lives of the people. In every prayer, every sacrifice, every ceremony, the feathered serpent lived on, not just as a god, but as a guiding force, a protector, a teacher, and a reminder that life, in all its complexity, was sacred. The sound of footsteps echoed through the sacred halls, reverberating against the stone walls of a temple dedicated to one of the most revered gods in Aztec history. As you enter the vast courtyard, your gaze is immediately drawn to the towering figure standing at the temple's entrance. It is Quetzalcoatl, his image everywhere, carved into the very fabric of the structure itself. The grandeur of his form, the sweeping curve of his serpent body adorned with vibrant feathers, is not just an artistic choice, it is the essence of what he represents, the meeting of earth and sky, life and death, wisdom and power. Every corner of the temple seems to whisper with his presence. The walls are lined with intricate carvings, each telling a story of Quetzalcoatl's divine acts and his profound connection to the world. His image is ever present, both in the architecture and in the artwork that decorates the sacred spaces. Quetzalcoatl was not just a god to the Aztecs, he was the embodiment of life itself, and his temples reflected that reverence in every stone and every carving. The temples themselves were masterpieces of architecture, designed not only as places of worship but as spaces where the divine and the human world could come together. The towering pyramids, built to honor Quetzalcoatl, were aligned with the cosmos, standing as physical representations of the sacred connection between earth and sky. These temples were more than just buildings, they were sacred gateways through which the gods could communicate with their people. Every step of the climb up these massive structures was a step closer to the heavens, where Quetzalcoatl resided. The journey upward was not just a physical ascent, it was a spiritual one. With each stone you climbed, you were drawn nearer to the god who was both a bringer of life and a symbol of the eternal cycle. But it wasn't just the scale of the architecture that overwhelmed the senses. The decoration of these temples was equally powerful. Quetzalcoatl's form was carved into the stone, winding around the temple's walls like a serpent in the sky. His image was everywhere, on the altars, on the staircases, on the murals. He was depicted not only as a majestic serpent with vibrant feathers trailing from his body, but also as a wise and compassionate figure, teaching and guiding the people. Each image of Quetzalcoatl was a reminder of the god's power and grace, of his role as a teacher, a protector, and a provider. His form, both serpentine and feathered, was a symbol of duality, representing both the earth and the heavens, both life and death, the seen and the unseen. The temples were adorned with more than just images of Quetzalcoatl, they were filled with symbols that reflected his sacred relationship with the world. The feathered serpent itself was a symbol of balance, an ancient creature who moved between realms, with the power to shape life through its connection to the earth and the skies. The feathers on Quetzalcoatl's body represented the winds and the heavens, while the serpent's sleek, winding form symbolized the earth and the underworld. Together, they were a reminder that all things were interconnected, that the divine could be found in every part of the world, from the highest heavens to the depths of the earth. In the murals that decorated the temple walls, Quetzalcoatl was often shown in the act of creation, his hands weaving together the threads of life. Sometimes, he was depicted alongside other gods, forming intricate stories that told of the gods' intervention in the world and their shaping of human fate. These depictions were not simply artistic expressions, they were the visual representation of the divine order that Quetzalcoatl upheld. In every stroke of paint, every chisel of stone, the people saw a world that was bound together by the gods' influence and intervention. The codices, too, carried Quetzalcoatl's image and stories. These ancient manuscripts, filled with vibrant colors and intricate drawings, depicted the god in all his forms. On the pages, you could see Quetzalcoatl's face, gentle yet wise, always watching over the people. His serpent form wound around the edges of the codices, wrapping the pages in a kind of sacred embrace. The symbolism was everywhere, the bright, iridescent feathers that spoke of the god's connection to the skies, the winding form of the serpent that represented the underworld, and the wisdom that flowed through every image. These codices were not just records, they were sacred texts that connected the people to the divine, allowing them to understand their place in the world and in the grand design of the gods. The very essence of Quetzalcoatl's teachings and role in Aztec society could be found in these artistic representations. In the temples, in the codices, in the carvings on the stone, it was all a testament to the god's moral code, his connection to both the physical and spiritual realms. Through these images, Quetzalcoatl was not just a god of legend or myth, he was a living presence, felt in every detail of the world around the people. He was in the very stones of the temple, in the colors of the murals, in the pages of the codices. His wisdom, his life-giving force, and his protection were woven into the fabric of everyday existence. But as you walk through these sacred spaces, a deeper truth begins to emerge. The artistry and symbolism of Quetzalcoatl were not merely decorations, they were expressions of a relationship. They were a constant reminder that the gods were not distant or separate from the people, but were instead deeply embedded in the very world they lived in. Quetzalcoatl's image was not just a decoration on the walls, it was a living presence, guiding, protecting, and shaping the lives of those who worshipped him. The artistry that adorned the temples was not only beautiful, it was sacred, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. As you leave the temple, the weight of Quetzalcoatl's presence lingers in the air. The stone, the art, the symbols, they all seem to pulse with life, as if the god himself is watching, listening, and guiding. The ancient art of the Aztecs, with its vivid colors and intricate designs, is not just a representation of a bygone era. It is a living testament to the enduring power of Quetzalcoatl and the profound connection between the gods and the people. Every piece of art, every stone carved with his image, is a reflection of a world that is alive with the energy and influence of the divine, a world where the gods are never far away. The sun rises slowly, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, as if signaling the beginning of something momentous. Below, the earth is alive with the hustle and bustle of people, their lives measured by the slow turning of the cosmic clock, a clock that was older and more powerful than anything man could create. This clock was not just a machine, it was time itself, woven into the fabric of the universe by the gods. Among them, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, stood as a sentinel over time. His influence stretched across the days and years, his name etched into the very rhythm of existence. In the Aztec world, time was not linear, it was cyclical, a never-ending wheel of birth, death, and rebirth. And at the center of that wheel, Quetzalcoatl held sway. His connection to the calendar was not just a matter of numbers or dates, it was spiritual, a divine relationship between the heavens and the earth. The ancient people believed that the gods shaped the very fabric of time, that their actions moved the celestial bodies and determined the course of human history. Quetzalcoatl, as the god of wisdom and life, was intricately tied to this cosmic order. As you stand in the heart of the great Aztec city, you can almost feel the pull of the calendar, the constant ticking of time that guides every moment of life. It was not just the priests who understood this rhythm, every person in the empire lived by the calendar, each day a note in the great symphony of the universe. And Quetzalcoatl, with his divine wisdom, was the keeper of that song. The Aztec calendar was not just a way to mark the passage of time, it was a tool for understanding the divine will. It had multiple cycles, each one reflecting the eternal dance between the gods and humanity. The sacred 260-day Tanalpwali calendar, with its mysterious combination of numbers and signs, was used to track the cycles of fate, while the 365-day Xiapawali calendar marked the agricultural and solar year. The two systems intertwined, creating a perfect harmony that governed the lives of the people. Quetzalcoatl's influence was felt most strongly in the Tanalpwali, the sacred calendar. He was one of the gods who ruled over the days, his presence woven into the very fabric of its structure. The calendar was not simply a tool for keeping track of days, it was a divine map, a guide to the cycles of creation and destruction, life and death. Quetzalcoatl's association with the calendar was not just about timekeeping, it was about understanding the deeper currents of existence, the forces that shaped the world and the souls of those who walked upon it. Each day in the Tanalpwali was governed by a specific god or force, and Quetzalcoatl, with his feathers and serpent form, ruled over certain days, imbuing them with his wisdom and power. To be born on a day associated with Quetzalcoatl was considered a great blessing, as it was believed to mark someone with the god's traits, intelligence, creativity, and a deep connection to the spiritual world. Those who were born on Quetzalcoatl's days were seen as destined for greatness, guided by the wisdom of the gods themselves. But Quetzalcoatl's connection to time was not just about the individual. It was about the prophecy, the great vision that hung over the people like a shadow. The Aztecs believed that time was cyclical, and that the end of one age would bring the birth of a new one. Quetzalcoatl, as a god of creation and destruction, was seen as a harbinger of both beginnings and endings. His role in the calendar was intertwined with the prophecy of the end of the fifth sun, a cataclysmic event that would mark the end of the world. Yet, within that darkness, there was hope, a promise of rebirth. Quetzalcoatl was not just a god of wisdom, he was also a god of renewal, a force that could bring the world back to life after it had crumbled. In the minds of the people, Quetzalcoatl's role in the calendar was not just about time, it was about destiny. Each day, each cycle, was part of a greater plan, a plan that Quetzalcoatl himself had a hand in shaping. The movements of the stars and planets, the ebb and flow of the seasons, were all part of a cosmic dance that Quetzalcoatl guided. His wisdom was not just about understanding the present, but about seeing the future, about interpreting the signs that the gods left behind. The calendar, with its precise divisions and cycles, was more than just a tool for predicting harvests or scheduling ceremonies. It was a map of the soul, a guide to understanding the eternal forces that shaped human existence. Each day had its own significance, its own connection to the divine. The priests who interpreted the calendar were not just scholars, they were seers, diviners who could read the stars and understand the will of the gods. They were the ones who knew when the time was right for sacrifices, when to plant the crops, when to celebrate the gods. And Quetzalcoatl, the god of wisdom, was at the center of all of it, his presence guiding the priests as they interpreted the movements of the heavens. The calendar was not a cold, mechanical system, it was a living, breathing entity, full of meaning and significance. The people did not just mark the passage of time, they felt it, in their bones, in their hearts. They understood that each moment was a thread in the grand tapestry of the universe, and that Quetzalcoatl was the weaver who held it all together. As the days passed, each one carrying the weight of the god's will, the people of the Aztec Empire could feel the pull of time, the inexorable flow of history. They knew that every day, every cycle, brought them closer to the great prophecy that Quetzalcoatl had foretold, the return of the god, the renewal of the world, the dawn of a new age. And with that knowledge, they lived their lives, guided by the wisdom of the feathered serpent, knowing that they were part of something far greater than themselves, part of a cosmic rhythm that had existed since the beginning of time and would continue until the end. In the quiet moments, when the city was still, you could almost hear the whisper of the gods, the faint hum of the cosmic clock ticking away. It was a reminder that time was not just a measurement of minutes and hours, it was the breath of the universe, the pulse of life itself, and Quetzalcoatl was there, at the heart of it all, watching, guiding, and shaping the world with his timeless wisdom. The air is thick with tension. The drums echo in the distance, a steady, rhythmic beat that reverberates through the heart of the city. The people gather in silence, their faces reflecting a quiet reverence, a sense of dread and anticipation. Before them, atop the pyramid, stands the priest, his hands raised to the heavens, ready to perform the ancient ritual. The crowd holds its breath, knowing what is to come. But in the shadows, there is a whisper, a story carried on the wind, a story of a god who once walked among them, a god who opposed this very act, who stood against the bloodshed and the cries. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was not just a god of wisdom, of creation, and of life. His connection to life was not to be measured in sacrifices and offerings of human blood. In some versions of the myth, Quetzalcoatl is portrayed as the god who rejected the practice of human sacrifice. In the face of such brutal rituals, he saw a different path, a path of peace, of wisdom, of respect for life itself. He understood that life was precious, and that taking it, especially in the name of the gods, came with a heavy burden, a burden that would ripple through the souls of those who dared to call themselves divine. The people of the Aztec Empire had a deep respect for their gods, but in their hearts, there was also a growing conflict. The gods demanded their due, they believed, and the way to honor them was through the offering of human life, victims chosen for their purity, for their strength, for their beauty. Yet, Quetzalcoatl's words were a stark contrast to this custom. In some tales, he was said to have rejected the idea of sacrifice outright, declaring that bloodshed was not the answer to appeasing the gods. Imagine for a moment what that might have been like, to stand in the presence of Quetzalcoatl, the god of wisdom, as he spoke these words. His voice would not have been angry, nor harsh, it would have been calm, filled with a quiet authority. His message was one of understanding, of connection to the earth and to the divine, not through violence, but through reverence, through offerings of beauty, knowledge, and harmony. His was a message that resonated deeply with those who believed that life was sacred, that every breath was a gift. But the world was not so simple. As much as the people yearned for peace, for a connection to the divine that didn't demand the ultimate price, the ancient customs were deeply ingrained. The priests, the rulers, those who held power, were bound by tradition. They believed that sacrifice was necessary to maintain balance in the universe, to appease the gods who had given life, but who also demanded it in return. For them, Quetzalcoatl's opposition to human sacrifice was not only radical, but dangerous. To reject the practice was to defy the very foundation of their society, the very essence of their faith. But as much as the priests and rulers sought to continue the old ways, Quetzalcoatl's words echoed across the land, whispered in the ears of those who had ears to hear. The idea of a god who valued life over death became a symbol of hope, of a possibility that maybe, just maybe, there was another way. In the hearts of the common people, the story of Quetzalcoatl's opposition to sacrifice became a rallying cry, a symbol of resistance against the brutality of the rituals that stained their hands and souls. And yet, there were those who argued that Quetzalcoatl's stance was simply a myth, a story spun by those who could not understand the need for sacrifice. They believed that the world itself was a battleground, where gods fought for power, and humanity was caught in the middle. They saw sacrifice as a necessary act, a way to ensure that the gods would remain appeased, that the sun would rise again, and the seasons would change. Without it, they feared, the world would descend into chaos, and the delicate balance of life would shatter. The debate raged on, carried by the winds, whispered in the marketplaces, in the temples, in the hearts of the people. Some saw Quetzalcoatl's rejection of sacrifice as an act of mercy, a call to honor life in all its forms. Others saw it as a dangerous fantasy, a challenge to the very order of their world. The priests, with their elaborate rituals and their belief in the necessity of bloodshed, pushed back, clinging to the old ways, to the teachings they had inherited from their ancestors. It was a tension that could not be ignored, a tension that lay at the heart of the Aztec Empire. The gods themselves seemed torn, each pulling in different directions, offering different truths. And at the center of it all was Quetzalcoatl, a god who embodied both the wisdom of the heavens and the sorrow of the earth. He was not just a deity who walked among the people, he was a god whose teachings carried the weight of compassion, whose message of peace stood in stark contrast to the violence of the world around him. As the years passed and the empire grew, Quetzalcoatl's opposition to human sacrifice became a symbol of what could have been, a symbol of the road not taken. His rejection of bloodshed, his call to honor life instead of ending it, remained a quiet, unspoken ideal for those who still believed in the possibility of peace. His words may have been lost in the chaos of war and conquest, but the essence of his message remained alive, waiting for the day when it would rise again, like a phoenix from the ashes. The debate over human sacrifice and Quetzalcoatl's stance on it was not just a matter of theology, it was a matter of identity. It was a question of who the Aztec people were, who they wanted to be. Were they a people defined by violence, by the shedding of blood, or were they a people capable of something greater, something more sacred? Quetzalcoatl's teachings offered an alternative, a vision of a world where life was honored, where sacrifice was not the price of divine favor, but a gift given freely, out of love and respect. The drums still echo in the distance, but now, the sound carries a different note, a note of reflection, of questioning. For those who remember Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, there is a quiet yearning for a world where life is cherished, where the gods are honored not with bloodshed, but with wisdom, with grace. The question lingers, carried on the winds. What would have happened if Quetzalcoatl had been able to guide the people down a different path, one where the gods were revered without the need for sacrifice? The answer remains a mystery, but the hope, that deep, abiding hope, remains alive, flickering like a flame that refuses to be extinguished. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the stone walls of the great temple. Children sat in neat rows, their faces filled with a quiet intensity, their eyes fixed on the figure at the front of the classroom. The teacher spoke softly but with authority, his voice steady as he passed on knowledge that had been carefully preserved for generations. This was no ordinary lesson. The words, the stories, the symbols they studied were sacred. They were the teachings of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a god who had gifted humanity not just with the arts of agriculture or the promise of life, but with the very tools of understanding itself. The Calmecac, the sacred schools of the Aztecs, were places where the wisdom of the gods was passed down like a precious heirloom, carefully guarded and revered. Here, in these hallowed halls, the children were taught more than just how to read or write. They were taught how to think, how to reason, how to see the world not just with their eyes, but with their hearts. And at the center of it all was Quetzalcoatl, the god of learning, of knowledge, and of wisdom. As the lessons unfolded, the students felt the weight of the teachings pressing on their shoulders. They were learning not just for themselves, but for their people, for their future. Each lesson was a thread in the tapestry of their civilization, woven by the hands of the gods, and Quetzalcoatl stood as the guiding force behind it all. His association with knowledge was not just abstract or distant. He was a god who understood the value of learning, who saw in it the path to understanding the universe, to achieving balance between the forces of nature and humanity. The Calmecac was where the best and brightest of the youth were sent, but it was more than just an institution of learning. It was a sanctuary of wisdom, a place where students could connect with the divine, where they could reach for something higher than themselves. Every lesson they absorbed, every bit of knowledge they gained, was seen as a gift from Quetzalcoatl. It was as if the god himself whispered in their ears, guiding them to see the world not just as it was, but as it could be. For these students, the very act of learning was a form of worship. They were honoring Quetzalcoatl with each stroke of the quill, with each recitation of a sacred text, with every moment spent in reflection and study. To be chosen to attend the Calmecac was an honor, a privilege that few could claim. It meant that the gods had seen something special in them, something worth nurturing, something worth protecting. The walls of the school were adorned with images of Quetzalcoatl, his serpent-like body coiled in graceful patterns, his feathered wings spread wide as if to embrace the world. His image was not just decorative, it was a constant reminder of the god's presence in their lives, of his role as the ultimate teacher, the one who had given them the gift of knowledge. It was said that Quetzalcoatl had been the one to bring the codices, the sacred books, to humanity. He had shown them how to write, how to preserve their history, how to capture the stories of their people in symbols and images that would last for eternity. The students of the Calmecac were not just memorizing facts. They were learning to think critically, to analyze the world around them, to question, and to understand. They studied the stars, the movements of the heavens, the seasons, and the cycles of the earth. Quetzalcoatl's teachings were not confined to the realm of the divine, they were practical, grounded in the rhythms of daily life. The gods were not distant, untouchable beings, they were intertwined with the very fabric of the world. To understand the gods was to understand the world, and to understand the world was to unlock the mysteries of the universe itself. As the students grew older, their education in the Calmecac transformed them. They were no longer children, but scholars, priests, and wise leaders in the making. They would take the teachings of Quetzalcoatl and apply them in their own lives, guiding others with the wisdom they had been given. The idea of knowledge as a sacred gift was instilled in them so deeply that it became part of their identity, part of who they were. They were not simply bearers of knowledge, they were guardians of it, protectors of the wisdom passed down through the ages. But this gift of knowledge did not come without its challenges. In a world where power and conquest were often seen as the ultimate goals, the pursuit of wisdom was sometimes overshadowed by the demands of the empire. The people were often caught in the tides of war, of ritual sacrifice, of survival. Yet, even in the midst of these struggles, Quetzalcoatl's teachings remained a beacon of light. They reminded the people that true power lay not in the shedding of blood, but in the ability to understand, to reason, and to create. The Calmecac became a hub of intellectual and spiritual growth, a place where the future of the Aztec Empire was shaped. The students who emerged from its walls were not just warriors or priests, they were thinkers, visionaries who saw the world through the lens of knowledge. They understood that the gods had given them the gift of wisdom not as a means to dominate, but as a means to grow, to evolve, to achieve harmony with the world around them. Quetzalcoatl's association with education was not just about knowledge for its own sake. It was about using that knowledge to better the world, to serve the people, to honor the divine. The teachings of Quetzalcoatl encouraged the students to think critically about the world they lived in, to seek justice, to live with compassion, and to always strive for balance. It was a lesson that transcended the walls of the Calmecac, a lesson that permeated every aspect of Aztec life. In the stillness of the school, as the teacher spoke and the students listened, there was a sense of reverence, of quiet awe. They were not just learning the history of their people, they were learning to see the divine in every aspect of life. They were becoming the bearers of a legacy that stretched back to the gods themselves. And in that moment, they understood that to be a student of Quetzalcoatl was to be part of something far greater than themselves. It was to be part of a sacred tradition, a never-ending quest for wisdom, truth, and understanding. As the last words of the lesson echoed through the chamber, the students knew that they were not just learning to pass a test. They were learning to shape the future, to carry the teachings of Quetzalcoatl into the world. The lessons of the Calmecac would stay with them always, guiding them as they stepped into their roles as the new leaders, the new visionaries, the new guardians of wisdom. The sun sank lower, casting a soft glow on the faces of the students. They were ready. They were prepared. With Quetzalcoatl's teachings in their hearts and minds, they would carry the light of knowledge forward, knowing that the God of wisdom had walked with them every step of the way. The Aztec emperor stood at the heart of his grand palace, a man crowned not just by gold, but by divine will. The air around him was thick with reverence, the very ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with power. As he gazed out across the sprawling city of Tenochtitlan, he felt the weight of his bloodline, the weight of gods upon him. His role was not just political, it was sacred. He was the chosen one, the embodiment of Quetzalcoatl himself. Power in the Aztec world was never only about military victories or the spoils of conquest. It was about divine right, about the god's favor. And Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was the god whose image adorned the very foundation of Aztec kingship. In their eyes, the emperor was not just a ruler, he was a living connection to Quetzalcoatl, the god of wisdom, the bringer of knowledge, the symbol of order and harmony in a world that often seemed to swing between chaos and bloodshed. When the emperor ascended to the throne, it wasn't just a passing of power. It was the reaffirmation of a divine promise, one that stretched back to the very dawn of their civilization. The emperor wore the mantle of Quetzalcoatl. His reign was not merely political, it was sacred. His ability to lead, to rule, was drawn from the divine favor of the gods, and especially from the god who had shaped the very world they inhabited. Quetzalcoatl was more than just a deity in the Aztec pantheon, he was a symbol of legitimacy. The rulers who walked in his footsteps were more than just political figures, they were divine avatars. They were not mere men, but the manifestation of a god's will on earth. When an Aztec emperor stood before his people, they did not see a man, they saw Quetzalcoatl, the divine ruler whose wisdom and vision had shaped their world. The divine connection was evident in the images that adorned the emperor's clothing, the jewelry that shimmered with feathered serpents, and the rituals that cemented his place in the divine hierarchy. And so, the emperor's every step, every decision, every command was a reflection of Quetzalcoatl's will. The connection between the ruler and the god was not symbolic, it was absolute. When the emperor spoke, it was as though Quetzalcoatl himself was speaking through him. His words carried the weight of divine power, guiding the people not only through the trials of earthly life, but through the spiritual challenges that lay ahead. The myth of Quetzalcoatl was not just an ancient story to the Aztecs, it was a living force, a tool to bind the people to the emperor. The emperor was Quetzalcoatl's earthly representative, and the very blood running through his veins was seen as a divine gift. This connection to the feathered serpent allowed the emperor to wield power with unquestioned authority. His rule was not simply political, it was moral, ordained by the gods. When an emperor took the throne, the city of Tenochtitlan would pulse with excitement, for it was a moment when the sacred and the earthly realms intersected. But this divine connection was also a responsibility. The emperor's rule was not just about collecting tribute or expanding the empire. It was about upholding the divine order, about living according to the wisdom that Quetzalcoatl had imparted. For the people, the emperor's role was to reflect Quetzalcoatl's virtues, wisdom, knowledge, and justice. He was the protector of the people, the bringer of prosperity, and, above all, the keeper of the divine balance. In times of crisis or unrest, the emperor would invoke Quetzalcoatl's name. He would remind the people of the sacred bond between them and the God who had given them life. The feathered serpent was not a distant force, he was intimately connected to their lives, their daily struggles, their hopes, and their fears. And when the emperor spoke of Quetzalcoatl, it was not a mere plea for favor, it was a reminder of the unbreakable bond between ruler and God. It was an affirmation of the divine right to rule. Through the ages, the myth of Quetzalcoatl became a cornerstone of the Aztec imperial ideology. His story was told and retold, not just in temples or sacred texts, but in the hearts of the people. They believed that Quetzalcoatl had brought civilization to the world, he had given them knowledge, he had shown them the way to live in harmony with the earth and the heavens. And as long as the emperor could uphold these ideals, as long as he lived according to the teachings of the feathered serpent, his rule would be considered legitimate, his reign blessed. As the years passed, the emperors who came after the first began to see the immense power of Quetzalcoatl's image. They would commission elaborate artwork, creating statues and murals that portrayed them as the living embodiment of the god. The divine image of Quetzalcoatl, with his feathered serpent coils and wise gaze, was seamlessly woven into the fabric of imperial propaganda. The emperor's power was inseparable from the god's power. And as the empire expanded, so too did the image of Quetzalcoatl, becoming a symbol not just of political power, but of spiritual authority. But it wasn't just the emperors who invoked the god's name. The common people, too, saw Quetzalcoatl in the emperor. He was the reflection of the god's wisdom and justice. When they bowed before their ruler, they were not just paying tribute, they were paying homage to the god who had given them life. They trusted that the emperor, guided by Quetzalcoatl's teachings, would lead them toward a future of peace and prosperity. The emperor, clothed in his divine mantle, knew the weight of his position. With each passing day, the weight of the gods bore down upon him, pressing him to live up to the ideals set forth by Quetzalcoatl. His rule was not his own, it was a continuation of the god's will. Every battle won, every alliance forged, every law passed was a step in fulfilling the promise made by the god to the people. And so, the myth of Quetzalcoatl became the foundation of Aztec kingship. It wasn't just a story, it was a living, breathing force that shaped the course of history. The emperor, a man touched by the divine, ruled not just with the power of the sword, but with the wisdom and justice that Quetzalcoatl had embodied. The empire flourished under this divine authority, and the people looked to their ruler not just as a king, but as a god's earthly representative. In the end, Quetzalcoatl's influence on Aztec kingship was not just about political control, it was about connecting the divine and the earthly, creating a seamless bond between the gods and the rulers who were tasked with leading the people. The myth of Quetzalcoatl lived in the heart of the emperor, and through him, it lived in the hearts of the people. The feathered serpent's legacy was not just a tale of ancient times, it was a living force that shaped the destiny of the Aztec Empire for centuries to come. There is a moment that lingers in the hearts of the Aztecs, a moment woven with both grief and hope, where the line between life and death blurs, and the promise of resurrection stirs the soul. It is the whisper of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who walked the earth and returned to the heavens, only to rise again in a cyclical dance that transcended mortality. This myth is not just a story, it is the heartbeat of the Aztec understanding of life, death, and rebirth. In the myth of Quetzalcoatl, death is not the end but a passage, a necessary journey in the cycle of existence. the god himself experienced death and resurrection, teaching the people that life is not a one-way road, but a circle that always returns. Quetzalcoatl's death was not a tragic loss, it was a transformation. It spoke of the inevitable end all mortals must face, yet it promised that death would not be the final word. Quetzalcoatl would return, reborn, just as the sun rises each day, bringing light and life to the world again. For the Aztecs, this myth was not just a piece of folklore, but the very essence of their beliefs about the afterlife. When they passed, they, too, hoped for a resurrection, a return to a life where they could be reborn into the heavens, just as Quetzalcoatl had been. The myth spoke of a cycle that mirrored the agricultural seasons, where death was but a winter before the blooming of spring. In the rise and fall of Quetzalcoatl, they saw not just a god but themselves, their own struggles, their own mortality, and their own immortality. Quetzalcoatl's journey from death to resurrection was a testament to the eternal nature of the soul. His death, followed by his return to the heavens, became a symbol of the hope that death is not a permanent separation from those we love. It is simply a moment in a much larger story. The Aztecs believed that through sacrifice, through ritual, they could help guide the souls of the dead to their rightful place in the afterlife, much as Quetzalcoatl guided the world through cycles of creation and destruction. The very rituals surrounding death were influenced by this profound myth. The funerary practices of the Aztecs were not just about marking the end of life, but about preparing the soul for its next phase, its next rebirth. They knew that the journey of the soul would not be easy. They believed that the dead had to travel through dangerous lands, crossing rivers and facing trials before they could find peace. But in this, there was also a quiet comfort, because the journey was not in vain. Just as Quetzalcoatl had passed through the world of the living and the dead, so too would the souls of the departed. When an Aztec ruler passed, the mourning was not only for the end of a life, but for the beginning of something more. They honored their deceased with ceremonies meant to guide them through the underworld and into the stars. These practices were a way of ensuring that the soul's journey would be successful, that the spirit would not be lost, and that they would eventually be reborn into the cosmos. The connection between Quetzalcoatl and death was clear. He was both the guide and the promise of return. His life was the path, and his resurrection, the hope. The concept of resurrection in Quetzalcoatl's myth was not just about a god coming back to life, but about the very rhythm of the universe. Life ebbs and flows in cycles. The night gives way to the day, the earth gives way to the sky, and death gives way to life. Quetzalcoatl's death and resurrection reminded the Aztecs that every life was part of a larger, cosmic plan, a plan that could not be rushed or avoided but must be lived fully, with all its twists and turns. The funerary practices, then, became an act of honoring these cosmic cycles. The Aztecs did not see death as an abrupt end, but as a passage, an eternal transition, much like the changing of the seasons. Just as Quetzalcoatl had once disappeared into the heavens, his spirit would return to walk the earth again. And so, when one died, the same hope echoed in their hearts. They, too, would return in time. What struck the hearts of the people most was the understanding that death itself was sacred. It was not something to fear, but something to embrace. For in death, there was renewal. For in the dying of one life, the seeds of another were sown. And in this, Quetzalcoatl was their greatest teacher. He had lived and died, just as they would. But his death was not a final goodbye. It was a promise. A promise of continuity. A promise that death is not an end, but a necessary part of life's eternal cycle. As the priests of Quetzalcoatl conducted their rituals, they could feel the weight of this promise on their shoulders. It was their sacred duty to ensure that the soul passed smoothly into the afterlife, much like the rebirth that Quetzalcoatl had experienced. In these sacred ceremonies, where offerings of food, incense, and precious objects were made, they believed they were not simply honoring the dead, but also reaffirming the divine truth of life's eternal cycle. Quetzalcoatl's influence on death and resurrection extended beyond the individual to the empire itself. In times of war or peace, when the people felt uncertain of the future, they looked to the god who had experienced death only to rise again. Through his myth, they understood that even the darkest moments held the promise of light. Even in destruction, there was the potential for creation. This divine truth was embedded in the culture of the Aztecs. Their vision of life and death was not a tragedy, it was a constant renewal, a dance between the physical world and the divine. In the end, the myth of Quetzalcoatl gave the Aztecs something deeply profound, an understanding that life and death were part of a sacred order. Through Quetzalcoatl, they learned that even as life ebbed away, there was always the promise of return. There was always the hope of resurrection. And in the sacred acts of burial, sacrifice, and prayer, they could help guide the souls of the dead into the cycle of eternal life, where death was only a fleeting moment before the great rebirth. In the quiet moments before the storm, there's a stillness that seems to stretch across time. The people of the Aztec Empire could feel it, the weight of a prophecy that hung in the air like a thick, unspoken truth. It was the prophecy of the return of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a god whose absence had been deeply felt for centuries. His return would herald a new age, a rebirth of sorts that the people had awaited with hope and trepidation. But what they did not know was that the god they awaited would not arrive as they imagined. The prophecy was simple yet powerful: Quetzalcoatl would return in the year 1 Reed. This was a year that stood as both a promise and a warning. It marked the cosmic cycle in which the god would return to restore balance, to guide the people once more, to usher in a new chapter. The prophecy had been passed down from generation to generation, woven into the very fabric of Aztec belief. Quetzalcoatl's return was not just a matter of divine will, it was a matter of destiny. The year 1 Reed was a marker of hope, of renewal, of the sacred promise that everything could begin anew. As time passed, the great city of Tenochtitlan stood at the heart of an empire that stretched across vast lands. The priests, the kings, the people, everyone held their breath as the year 1 Reed approached. What would it bring? Would Quetzalcoatl return, as the gods had foretold? Would the earth and sky shift in ways they had only dreamed of? There was an electric tension in the air, a sense that something monumental was on the horizon. In their hearts, they believed it: Quetzalcoatl was coming, and his return would be a moment of redemption for the empire, a moment that would restore order to the universe. Then, the impossible happened. The year 1 Reed arrived, and with it came a figure unlike any the Aztecs had ever seen. Hernán Cortés, a Spanish conquistador, arrived on the shores of the Aztec Empire. The sight of him, with his pale skin, strange armor, and imposing presence, was like something from the pages of a myth. He was different, so different, that in the minds of many Aztecs, he could only be the fulfillment of the prophecy. The return of Quetzalcoatl had arrived, but not as they had imagined. Instead of a divine figure bathed in feathers and light, they saw a foreign man, one who seemed to embody the promise of their god's return in ways that felt both unsettling and awe-inspiring. The people, caught in the grip of their beliefs and their hopes, began to see Cortés through the lens of the prophecy. He came in the year 1 Reed. He arrived from the east, the very direction from which Quetzalcoatl was said to have disappeared. The signs were there, too many to ignore. How could it be anything else but the god they had awaited for so long? The Emperor Moctezuma, bound by his reverence for Quetzalcoatl and his deep belief in the prophecy, saw in Cortés the fulfillment of everything the Aztecs had longed for. Could it really be that Quetzalcoatl had returned, as foretold, in the form of this strange, foreign man? Moctezuma's heart was torn. The weight of his duty pressed down on him. He was the ruler of an empire built on centuries of culture, religion, and belief, and now the arrival of this man, this outsider, felt like the first tremors of an earthquake that could shake everything to its foundation. If Cortés was truly Quetzalcoatl, the god's return could bring great blessings to the Aztec people. But if Cortés was not Quetzalcoatl, if this was a mistake, the consequences could be dire. In the midst of this uncertainty, the Aztecs welcomed Cortés as one would welcome a divine visitor. The belief that Quetzalcoatl had returned in the form of this foreigner was so powerful, so entrenched in their collective consciousness, that it clouded their judgment. They offered him gifts, showed him reverence, and treated him with a kind of awe reserved for the gods themselves. They did not know the truth. They could not know what lay hidden beneath the surface of this foreigner who appeared to fulfill their greatest hopes. But Cortés was not Quetzalcoatl. He was a man, driven by ambition and a hunger for conquest. The myths of the Aztecs, the stories of their gods, were not in his heart. He saw in the empire before him an opportunity, not a sacred land to be protected or revered. The mighty empire that had once stood as a beacon of power and culture was now in the hands of a stranger, who viewed it as nothing more than a prize to be taken. What followed was a tragic misunderstanding. The Aztecs, with their hearts full of hope, did not see the danger that was creeping in with Cortez. They had welcomed him as a god, a divine being who would guide them. But he was a man, a conqueror, and with him came not blessings, but the weapons of war. The very prophecy that had given the Aztecs hope became the force that unwittingly led them to their downfall. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the truth began to emerge. Cortez was not the returning god they had imagined, and his intentions were far from divine. The people of Tenochtitlan began to see that the prophecy they had held dear, the promise of Quetzalcoatl's return, had been distorted by their own desires and hopes. The weight of their belief, the belief that Quetzalcoatl would return to restore them, had blinded them to the reality of the situation. But even as the empire fell, the myth endured. The prophecy of Quetzalcoatl's return in the year 1 Reed would never be forgotten. It lived on in the hearts of the people, a reminder that the gods had once walked among them and that their stories, both tragic and beautiful, would continue to echo through the ages. The return of Quetzalcoatl, as they had imagined it, was never to be. But the story of his prophecy would live forever, a reminder that in every end, there is always the seed of a new beginning. The air in Tenochtitlan was thick with expectation, charged with a nervous energy that no one could quite explain. The great city was at the height of its power, its people bustling through markets, priests chanting in the grand temples, and the steady hum of life vibrating through every corner of the empire. Yet, beneath all of this, there was an unspoken tension. A feeling that something, someone, was coming. It was a prophecy, one that had been passed down for generations, that Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, would one day return. The people of the Aztec Empire had long believed that the god would come back in the year 1 Reed, bringing with him a new age. This belief was woven into their very identity, a guiding force that shaped how they saw their world. The returning god was a promise of renewal, a hope that had sustained the empire for centuries. Then, in the year 1 Reed, strangers arrived. Strange men with pale faces, unfamiliar clothing, and eyes that held no warmth. Hernán Cortés and his Spanish conquistadors. Their arrival on the eastern shores of the Aztec Empire felt like an omen. The prophecy, whispered in the hearts of many, seemed to be coming true in the most unlikely of ways. Could these men, these pale-faced strangers, be the long-awaited return of Quetzalcoatl? Could this be the moment the Aztec Empire had been waiting for? Montezuma, the emperor of the Aztec Empire, stood at the center of this swirling storm of uncertainty. A man of great power, wisdom, and spiritual depth, Montezuma was also a man burdened by an overwhelming sense of duty. He had spent his life protecting his people, guiding them through turbulent times, but nothing in his rule had prepared him for this. When word reached him of the arrival of these strange men, his heart skipped a beat. It was the year 1 Reed. Quetzalcoatl's return, according to the prophecy, was imminent. Montezuma's mind raced. Could it be? Was this the moment he had long feared yet hoped for? The god of renewal, of wisdom and life, had been absent for so long, but now, it seemed as though the signs were aligning. The foreigners had come from the east, the very direction from which Quetzalcoatl had once disappeared. Their arrival on the sacred shores could not be ignored. It felt like destiny knocking at his door. Yet, the uncertainty gnawed at him. The weight of leadership bore down on his shoulders. If these men were indeed the return of Quetzalcoatl, then the empire was on the brink of something monumental, something that could change the course of history. But if they were not? What would that mean for his people, for the empire he had so carefully nurtured? With a heavy heart, Montezuma sent his emissaries to meet Cortés and his men. The first meeting was tentative, fragile. The emperor's messengers came bearing gifts, hoping to make sense of the situation, to gauge the intentions of the foreigners. But something shifted in Montezuma's soul as he watched them approach. He knew, deep down, that this was no ordinary meeting. This was something more, something that would mark the beginning of an era. Whether it was the return of the god Quetzalcoatl or the arrival of foreign invaders, Montezuma understood that the fate of his people would be shaped by this moment. When the moment came, Montezuma faced the men who stood before him with a mixture of awe and dread. Cortez, with his strange armor and dark eyes, appeared almost divine in the emperor's eyes. He looked like a god, moved like a god, and spoke with the authority of one who had never been questioned. Montezuma, deeply entrenched in his beliefs and the prophecy, could not shake the feeling that this was the fulfillment of the divine promise. These were not just men, they were gods in human form. The emperor's reaction was one of reverence, mixed with a sense of terror. He saw in Cortez and his men the very embodiment of Quetzalcoatl's return. Could it be that his people had been chosen by the gods for something great, something extraordinary? Or was it a cruel trick of fate, a god's play with a fragile empire? As he looked into Cortez's eyes, Montezuma must have felt the weight of centuries bearing down on him, pressing him to act. Montezuma, believing with all his heart that he was in the presence of the god he had so long awaited, offered gifts to Cortez. Gold, feathers, and precious jewels were given as symbols of respect and reverence. His people watched, uncertain of the emperor's intentions, but trusting that their ruler's wisdom would guide them. In his heart, Montezuma was filled with hope. If Quetzalcoatl had truly returned, the empire would be blessed. The gods would look upon them with favor. They would rise above their enemies, and peace would reign once more. But Montezuma could not have known how wrong he was. The god he believed he had welcomed was not the god he had imagined. Cortez and his men were not divine beings, they were conquerors. They came not to offer peace, but to take what they wanted, to claim an empire that was not theirs. But to Montezuma, the reality was hidden beneath the surface. He had allowed the prophecy to cloud his judgment, to blind him to the true nature of what was happening. As the days passed, the situation grew more complicated. Montezuma, caught between his deep belief in the prophecy and the growing tension with the Spanish invaders, began to feel the walls close in around him. The gifts he had given, the respect he had shown, had not quelled the hunger of the conquerors. They wanted more, and Montezuma, now trapped by his own faith, could only watch helplessly as his empire began to crumble. It was not just a battle for land, it was a battle for belief, for the very soul of the Aztec people. Montezuma's reaction to the arrival of the Spaniards had been shaped by the prophecy, by the vision of Quetzalcoatl's return. He had hoped that this divine intervention would restore balance, that the empire would flourish once again. But in reality, it was the beginning of an irreversible change, one that would shatter the world the Aztecs had known and leave Montezuma questioning everything he had believed in. The emperor had welcomed the return of Quetzalcoatl, but it was a return of a very different kind. And in that moment, Montezuma could only watch, helpless, as the prophecy unfolded in ways he never could have imagined. The day the strangers arrived, everything seemed surreal. The sun hung in the sky, casting a golden light over the great city of Tenochtitlan, yet the warmth of the rays couldn't penetrate the cold grip of fate that clutched the hearts of its people. As the first Spanish ships appeared on the horizon, a shadow seemed to stretch over the land. The people of the Aztec Empire could not ignore the weight of what was happening, and neither could their emperor, Montezuma. The year 1 Reed had arrived, the very year that, according to prophecy, Quetzalcoatl would return. In this fragile moment, the empire's belief in its myth clung tightly to the fabric of its identity. Quetzalcoatl was more than just a god, he was a promise, a hope, a protector. His return had been awaited for generations, and in the hearts of many, there was an undeniable certainty that the feathered serpent would one day restore balance and prosperity. Yet, here they were, faced with pale-faced strangers, men who seemed so alien, so out of place in this world that was sacred and familiar. As Montezuma looked at these men, at the soldiers on horseback and the strange weapons they carried, there was no mistaking it. The prophecy, so long believed to be a message of hope and rebirth, now felt like an uncertain omen. Could it be? Could these invaders, these men who seemed as if they had stepped out of a dream, actually be the return of Quetzalcoatl? The very thought sent chills down his spine. If this was the god returning, what did that mean for the empire? And if it wasn't? What danger had the Aztecs just invited into their lives? Montezuma's heart was torn. His mind raced, his thoughts tangled in an ancient belief and the terrifying reality that was unfolding before him. He knew the stories, the prophecies that had been passed down from generation to generation. Quetzalcoatl had left in a time of turmoil, promising to one day return and lead his people to greatness. Now, as these strange men approached, everything he had believed seemed to collide with a brutal new truth. He sent emissaries to meet the foreigners, offering gifts of gold and feathers. Perhaps, he thought, by showing them respect, by honoring the potential that they might be the gods in human form, he could ensure peace. His actions were rooted in faith, driven by the hope that this was a divine sign, a culmination of everything he had been taught. But the Spaniards, who could never have imagined the weight of Montezuma's belief, saw it differently. They saw weakness, an opportunity to seize what they had come for. To them, the Aztecs' faith in a returning god was an opening, a crack in the wall of an empire that would soon be theirs. As Cortés and his men marched into the great city, their minds were filled with thoughts of conquest, but to the Aztecs, it was impossible not to see the divine in their presence. There was a strange allure about the way they moved, the way they spoke, and the way they carried themselves. To the Aztecs, they seemed almost godlike. Their horses, their weapons, their very being, all of it was foreign, impossible to comprehend. To the eyes of the Aztecs, these men could have been no less than the return of Quetzalcoatl, as promised in the prophecy. Montezuma's reaction was a mixture of reverence and fear. There was no way to know for sure, but in his heart, he felt an undeniable pull, a connection to something far greater than himself. Was this the moment of change? The moment his people had long awaited? Was this the God who would guide them into a new era, or were these merely men who saw an opportunity to destroy everything they had built? The gifts that Montezuma sent were not just tokens of goodwill, they were symbols of the deep belief that Quetzalcoatl had truly returned. Gold, feathers, and precious stones, treasures of the empire, were laid at the feet of the Spaniards. It was a gesture of respect, a message that the Aztecs were ready to honor the prophecy, even in the face of the unknown. But in their eyes, Cortés and his men saw something entirely different. They did not see gods, they saw an empire ripe for the taking. For the Spaniards, the myth of Quetzalcoatl, whether they knew it or not, became a tool, a lever they could use to manipulate the beliefs of Montezuma and the people of Tenochtitlan. They played on the emperor's belief, their every move calculated to reinforce the idea that they were the divine beings foretold to return. In the minds of the Aztecs, the myth of Quetzalcoatl had shaped the very world around them, and the Spaniards, unknowingly, were using it to their advantage. With every step the invaders took, the myth of Quetzalcoatl seemed to come alive in a way no one could have anticipated. The emperor, who had once commanded his people with confidence, found himself drawn into a dangerous game. He had placed his trust in the prophecy, believing that it was guiding him toward a great future. But now, as Cortés' presence loomed ever closer, Montezuma realized that the very myth that had shaped his empire was now spiraling beyond his control. For the Aztecs, the return of Quetzalcoatl was a dream of renewal, of peace, of strength. Yet, for the Spaniards, it was an opportunity. The myth of Quetzalcoatl was not a story of peace or salvation to them, it was simply a means to an end. With each passing day, the two sides drifted further apart in their understanding, yet closer together in their collision course with fate. As Montezuma watched the Spaniards grow in power, as they took the gold and treasures offered, he must have felt the weight of his decision. His faith, his belief in the prophecy, had led him to this point. But now, the gods he had hoped would deliver him to greatness seemed to be watching from a distance, their promises slipping away like sand through his fingers. In the end, the myth of Quetzalcoatl shaped everything, the way the Aztecs saw the Spaniards, the way the Spaniards saw the Aztecs, and the way the empire would fall. The prophecy, once a beacon of hope, became an anchor that tied Montezuma and his people to a fate they couldn't escape. The return of Quetzalcoatl wasn't the rebirth they had dreamed of, it was the end of an era. The myth, once so full of promise, became the thread that wove together the destruction of an empire. The air hung thick with the scent of smoke, sweat, and fear. The once grand city of Tenochtitlan, with its towering temples and vibrant streets, now felt like a ghost of its former self. The sun, a silent witness to the unraveling of an empire, beat down upon the crumbling stone. The mighty Aztec capital, which had thrived for centuries, was now a battlefield, its people fighting to hold on to everything they knew and loved. But the end was coming, and it was as inevitable as the setting sun. On the streets of Tenochtitlan, the cries of the wounded and the roar of battle filled the air. Aztec warriors, fierce and proud, faced the invaders with courage, but their numbers were dwindling. The enemy had come in overwhelming force, Spanish soldiers, their armor gleaming like the sun itself, their guns thunderous in the quiet of the city. The gods had not answered their prayers. Quetzalcoatl, the divine figure they had long awaited, had not returned. What remained now was a kingdom on its knees, its people desperately trying to hold on to the last remnants of their identity. Montezuma, once a king who commanded the loyalty of millions, now found himself imprisoned by his own doubts. He had welcomed the invaders, believing them to be the return of Quetzalcoatl, only to see his empire slowly torn apart. He had watched his people suffer, their cities burned, their spirits broken. The empire that had once been so grand and powerful now teetered on the edge of annihilation. His heart, heavy with grief, knew that his time had passed, that the glory of the Aztec Empire was slipping away from his grasp. Within the palace, Montezuma's once confident voice had grown soft. He no longer held the power he once did, it had been taken from him piece by piece. And though he still wore the regalia of a ruler, his eyes told a different story, a story of regret, of a man who had hoped and prayed for salvation, but had been betrayed by the very faith that had once defined him. Outside, the city burned. The Spanish forces, aided by the Tlaxcalans who had once been enemies of the Aztecs, swept through Tenochtitlan like a storm. The streets, once bustling with life and color, were now a war zone. The sounds of clashing swords, the cries of those who had fallen, echoed across the once proud city. The mighty walls that had protected Tenochtitlan for so long were no match for the invaders' relentless assault. And as the city crumbled, so did the dreams of an empire that had once believed it could not fall. Tenochtitlan's great temples, where the gods had been worshipped for centuries, stood in ruins. The sacred stone was stained with blood, the once glorious symbols of power now mere shadows of their former selves. The people, who had once gathered in these places to honor their gods, now found themselves fighting for survival. The temples that had been built to honor Quetzalcoatl, the god of wisdom and wind, now seemed like cruel reminders of a promise that had never come true. In the face of devastation, there was no divine intervention, no sign of hope. It was in these final days that the true cost of the Aztecs' beliefs became clear. For years, they had waited for the return of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who would lead them to a new age. But now, with the empire in ruins, it felt as though the gods had abandoned them. The prophecy of Quetzalcoatl had not come to pass. Instead, the Aztecs had been left to face their end alone. Montezuma, standing on the balcony of his palace, could see the smoke rising from the city below. His eyes, once filled with the fire of leadership, now carried the weight of sorrow. He had tried to save his people, to negotiate with the invaders, but it was too late. The empire he had inherited, and the empire he had tried to preserve, was crumbling before his very eyes. The mighty warriors who had once defended the empire with their lives were now fleeing, their spirits broken. The once great city of Tenochtitlan, with its grand canals and majestic temples, was falling into chaos. As Montezuma's heart shattered, so did the empire's soul. The Aztec people, who had once believed in the power of their gods, now found themselves caught between two worlds, one of their past, and one of their uncertain future. Their strength, once so unshakable, was now fading away, replaced by fear and confusion. In the distance, the sound of the Spanish cannons grew louder, signaling the final push. The city was on the brink of collapse, and the end was near. But even as the Aztec warriors made their last stand, there was no denying the power of the invaders. The Spanish forces had the numbers, the weapons, and the strategy to defeat the Aztecs. The empire that had once ruled the land from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean was about to fall to a foreign power. The final days of Tenochtitlan were marked by a sense of inevitability. The Aztecs fought bravely, but it was clear that the battle was lost. The empire had been built on strength, on the belief that their gods would protect them. But in the end, it was not the gods who saved them. It was not Quetzalcoatl who descended from the heavens to lead them to victory. The Aztec Empire, with all its grandeur and might, was fading into history, its story written in blood and dust. As the last remnants of the empire were swallowed by the chaos of conquest, there was a haunting silence that fell over Tenochtitlan. The grand city, once a symbol of Aztec power, now lay in ruins. The people who had once thrived here were gone, their homes destroyed, their culture in danger of being lost forever. And in the heart of the city, Montezuma, once a ruler of gods, stood in the ruins of his empire. His people had fallen, his dreams shattered, and the city he had loved was burning. Yet, there was no escape from the truth. The end had come. The prophecy of Quetzalcoatl had not been fulfilled. Instead, it had become the final illusion of an empire that had already lost everything. Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, was no more. And with it, the world of the Aztecs, once so vibrant, so full of life and power, faded into the past. The ground beneath their feet trembled. The city of Tenochtitlan, once so full of life and might, was now shrouded in an eerie silence. In the air hung the scent of burning temples, and the distant echoes of battle had softened into a quiet murmur, like the final breaths of a dying empire. The Spanish conquistadors stood at the gates of the city, their eyes scanning the ruins. To them, this moment, this conquest, was more than just a military victory, it was a divine mandate. The gods had promised it. Among these conquerors was a myth, a story carried from the lips of the Aztecs themselves. The prophecy of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who was said to return and bring with him a new age, had found its way into the ears of the Spanish invaders. They had heard of it long before they set foot on the shores of the New World, and in the haze of war and conquest, they began to twist that myth to suit their needs. The Aztecs had long believed that Quetzalcoatl would return to lead them to a new era of peace and prosperity. Now, the Spaniards saw the myth as a sign, not of a peaceful transformation, but of divine approval for their conquest. The story of Quetzalcoatl, once a symbol of hope for the Aztec people, became a weapon in the hands of the invaders. The Spanish used it to justify their actions, to legitimize the violence they inflicted upon the people of Tenochtitlan. In the minds of the conquistadors, the prophecy was not a warning of doom but a sign that the Aztec Empire's time had passed. The feathered serpent's return was not an invitation for peace, but a preordained moment in history when the Aztecs would bow to the might of the Spanish crown. For the Spanish, Quetzalcoatl's myth was a convenient tool, a way to paint their brutal conquest as the fulfillment of a divine plan. Hernán Cortés, with his powerful military and strategic mind, saw the opportunity to exploit this belief. In Montezuma's eyes, Cortés and his men seemed to fulfill the prophecy. Their strange appearance, pale skin, flowing beards, armor that gleamed in the sun, mirrored the descriptions of the god Quetzalcoatl. The Aztec ruler, weakened by the internal strife of his empire and driven by fear of the prophecy's fulfillment, had welcomed the Spaniards as if they were the long-awaited gods. His hospitality, his willingness to offer gifts, was seen by Cortés not as an act of goodwill, but as an opening for domination. The Spaniards, however, had no intention of living up to the peaceful, benevolent image that the myth suggested. Instead, they viewed their arrival as an act of divine favor, a validation of their mission to conquer and subdue. The tale of Quetzalcoatl, once a symbol of wisdom and justice, was now repurposed into a justification for cruelty and violence. Cortés and his men, armed with weapons far more advanced than the Aztecs, unleashed terror on the people who had once revered the very gods they had now turned against. As the Spanish soldiers marched through the burning streets of Tenochtitlan, their faces twisted with triumph, the myth of Quetzalcoatl hung like a heavy weight in the air. The Aztecs had long believed that their gods would protect them, but now, the Spaniards had appropriated that very belief to justify their invasion. The truth that the Aztecs had been led to believe in their god's return, only to be confronted by an enemy that seemed to fulfill the prophecy, was a bitter irony. For Montezuma, the king who had once stood proud as the leader of an empire, the realization came too late. His faith in Quetzalcoatl, and the idea that the gods would return to save them, had been shattered by the very people he had welcomed. As the Spaniards moved through the streets, taking control of his city, Montezuma's heart sank. What had once seemed like a divine sign of hope had turned into the very weapon that destroyed his world. But even as the destruction spread, even as the empire crumbled under the weight of Spanish greed and ambition, the myth of Quetzalcoatl continued to echo in the minds of the Aztecs. It became an anchor of confusion and sorrow. The belief that Quetzalcoatl would return was so deeply embedded in their hearts that, as the Spaniards took their place as rulers, many Aztecs continued to view them through the lens of that myth. Was this truly the return of the god? Or was it just an unfortunate twist of fate? Cortés and his men, in their conquest, had created a twisted narrative of divine intervention. To them, the myth of Quetzalcoatl was not a tale of mercy or wisdom, but a sign that they were meant to take the empire, to claim what was theirs by divine right. It wasn't just a battle for land, it was a battle for souls. The Spaniards, in their eyes, were the chosen ones, sent to restore order to a world that had fallen under the sway of heathen gods. The prophecy, once a symbol of hope, was now a justification for the brutality they unleashed. With each temple destroyed, each sacred stone desecrated, the Spaniards felt the weight of their belief that they were fulfilling something greater than themselves. The more they conquered, the more they believed in their righteousness. The story of Quetzalcoatl, which had once filled the hearts of the Aztecs with reverence and devotion, had now been warped into a tool of imperialism. And yet, in the hearts of the Aztecs, a seed of defiance remained. The myth of Quetzalcoatl, despite being twisted and exploited by the Spaniards, still lived on. It clung to the hearts of those who had survived the initial onslaught, whispered in the quiet moments between the battles, passed down from generation to generation. The prophecy had been used to justify their downfall, but the truth remained that Quetzalcoatl, as they had believed, was not a conqueror. He was not a god of war, nor a force of destruction. In their hearts, the Aztecs knew that he was something else, something more. And so, as the Spanish crown stood tall on the ruins of the Aztec Empire, they never truly understood the full weight of the myth they had co-opted. They had taken the Aztec capital, but they could never erase the memory of Quetzalcoatl, the god who had been part of the very soul of the people. The conquerors had thought they had rewritten the prophecy, but the truth was that some myths cannot be so easily silenced. Even in the darkest days of defeat, the Aztec people held onto the remnants of their faith, and the story of Quetzalcoatl lived on, waiting for the day when the gods would finally return, not as invaders, but as saviors. The winds that swept through the ruins of Tenochtitlan whispered of loss. The once thriving empire, with its majestic temples and bustling marketplaces, had fallen silent. The sky, once filled with the vibrant colors of the Aztec people, now seemed gray, weighed down by the sorrow of a world turned upside down. But in the midst of the destruction, something deeper lingered, something that could never be erased, no matter how much the conquerors tried. The myth of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, was no longer just a story, it had transformed, taking on new meaning as it wove its way through the fabric of a world forever changed. The conquest had shattered the heart of the Aztec Empire, but the belief in Quetzalcoatl remained unbroken. As the Spanish imposed their religion and their ways upon the people, the image of the feathered serpent began to shift. The once proud and powerful god, associated with life, learning, and wisdom, was now seen through a different lens. The myths and stories that had been passed down through generations were now under threat, replaced by the foreign ideals of the colonizers. Yet, the people, despite the oppression they faced, could not simply forget the god who had once been their guide. The Spaniards, in their haste to erase the old ways, found it impossible to completely suppress the story of Quetzalcoatl. They sought to replace the gods of the Aztecs with their own, demanding that the people bow to the Christian cross, to turn away from their ancient beliefs. But the myth of Quetzalcoatl refused to be silenced. It transformed, adapting to the new world that had been forced upon the Aztecs. Where once Quetzalcoatl had been the symbol of peace and wisdom, he now became a symbol of resistance, a quiet, stubborn reminder of what had been lost. In the aftermath of the conquest, the image of Quetzalcoatl was not just the stuff of old legends. He was a reflection of the hope that still flickered in the hearts of the conquered people. Quetzalcoatl was no longer just a god of the past, he was a symbol of the future, an ideal that transcended time. The once revered god became a shadow of resistance against the crushing weight of Spanish rule. The Spanish, in their arrogance, believed they had wiped away all traces of the old world. They had destroyed temples, burned codices, and forced the people to adopt new ways. But in doing so, they had underestimated the power of faith. The myth of Quetzalcoatl, far from disappearing, had quietly adapted. It was no longer confined to the walls of temples or the rituals of priests. It lived on in the stories told by the people, passed from generation to generation, hidden in the shadows of colonial rule. In the years following the conquest, Quetzalcoatl was no longer just the feathered serpent of old, he became a symbol of something more, something that could not be crushed by the weight of foreign swords or the burning of sacred books. The image of Quetzalcoatl began to take on a new form. He was no longer simply a god to be worshipped, but a spirit of defiance, a whisper of hope for the oppressed. It wasn't long before the Spaniards began to realize that the myth they had tried to destroy was still alive, pulsing quietly through the veins of the people. They had imagined that by imposing their own beliefs and systems, they could replace the old gods. But Quetzalcoatl's myth had already adapted, and it could not be so easily erased. His story was woven into the very identity of the people, and no matter how hard the Spanish tried to change that, they could not destroy what had been a part of the land for centuries. As the years went by, Quetzalcoatl's image became something more than just a relic of the past. He became a symbol of the resilience of the people. He was the god who had not abandoned them, even as their world crumbled around them. His story, which had once filled the hearts of the Aztecs with hope, now served as a quiet form of resistance to the colonial powers that sought to dominate every aspect of their lives. Quetzalcoatl was no longer just a god of peace and wisdom, he had become a living, breathing symbol of the struggle for freedom. And yet, for all his transformation, the heart of Quetzalcoatl's myth remained unchanged. He was still the god of knowledge, the god who had brought wisdom to the people. In this new world, where the flames of colonialism threatened to scorch the old ways forever, Quetzalcoatl's connection to learning and understanding held even more significance. His myth became a way of preserving the Aztec heritage, of holding onto the knowledge that had once been passed down through the ages. As the Spanish sought to impose their religion, they could not erase the deep connection that the people had to their past. Quetzalcoatl, in his transformed state, became a symbol of resistance not through violence, but through the quiet power of knowledge. In the quiet corners of villages and the shadows of the Spanish-imposed churches, the stories of Quetzalcoatl were whispered, a testament to the resilience of a people who refused to forget their roots. The transformation of Quetzalcoatl after the conquest was not one of simple submission, but one of quiet rebellion. He had been turned into something new, something that the Spanish could not control. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who had once brought peace and wisdom, had become a symbol of the enduring spirit of the people, a symbol of what had been lost, and what could still be reclaimed. As the Spanish sought to erase the old gods, they had failed to understand the true power of myth, the power to transform, to endure, and to rise again. In the hearts of the people, Quetzalcoatl lived on. The gods of the Aztec Empire may have been silenced, but Quetzalcoatl's story was far from over. He had become something greater than just a figure of the past. He was a symbol of hope, of the enduring power of knowledge, and of the unbreakable spirit of those who had once called Tenochtitlan home. The story of Quetzalcoatl had been changed, reshaped by the forces of history, but it would never be extinguished. It lived on, a quiet, unshakable force, waiting for the day when the people would once again find their way back to the wisdom he had once brought them. When the Spaniards arrived on the shores of the New World, they came not just with weapons, but with an unwavering belief that they were the bearers of truth. They saw themselves as saviors, sent to guide the indigenous people to salvation. But the people of this land had their own truths, their own gods, their own stories. Among these was the figure of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, whose image had been etched into the hearts of the Aztecs long before the Spaniards arrived. And though the two worlds could not have been more different, the Spaniards sought to merge the old gods with the new, believing that they could mold the ancient myths into something they could control. In their eyes, Quetzalcoatl's image was too powerful to ignore. He was more than just a god, he was a symbol of wisdom, of life, of creation. So, as the Spaniards set out to erase the old ways, they realized that Quetzalcoatl could not simply be dismissed. His story was too deeply embedded in the culture, too tied to the identity of the people. So they did what they knew best: they tried to rewrite the myth. They tried to merge Quetzalcoatl with the figure of Christ, hoping that the people would accept this new version of their God, one that aligned with the teachings of the Catholic Church. The process was not simple. It was not an easy fit. Quetzalcoatl, with his great wisdom and gentle rule, did not align easily with the Christian image of a suffering Christ, crucified for the sins of the world. But still, the missionaries pushed forward. They saw in Quetzalcoatl's association with the creation of life, his promise of renewal, something that could be woven into the fabric of Christianity. They believed that by connecting Quetzalcoatl with Christ, they could make the new faith more palatable to the people. And so, they began to draw parallels between the two figures. In the minds of the Spanish priests, the feathered serpent became Christ-like, one who would return to his people and bring salvation. They encouraged the Aztecs to see the similarities between Quetzalcoatl's promise of a return to the land and Christ's second coming. Some even suggested that the arrival of the Spaniards was the fulfillment of Quetzalcoatl's return. With their fair skin, their strange ways, and their foreign appearance, the conquerors seemed like gods to the Aztecs. Perhaps, the priests thought, this was the moment when the myths would align, when the feathered serpent would come back to deliver his people. But for the Aztecs, there was a deep sadness in this attempt to merge the two worlds. The god they had known, the god who had walked among them, was not a pale-skinned figure riding on horseback, his face marked by the signs of a strange, foreign faith. No, Quetzalcoatl had been a god who had lived and breathed within the very essence of their culture, someone whose teachings had shaped their civilization, someone who had understood them. To force the image of Christ upon him was to tear apart the bond between the people and their God, to erase the unique spirit of their history. As the missionaries tried to force Quetzalcoatl into the mold of Christianity, they unknowingly deepened the sense of loss. The Aztecs did not see Christ in the feathered serpent, but a distortion, a pale reflection of something far more powerful. To them, this attempt to merge the old and the new felt like an affront to their very identity. The mythology that had once spoken to their hearts, that had filled their spirits with pride, was being molded into something unrecognizable. The feathers, once the symbol of wisdom and spiritual power, now seemed tainted, and the serpent, once a protector, a creator, seemed diminished. Yet, there was a strange, subtle beauty in the efforts to merge Quetzalcoatl with Christ. Even in the face of destruction, the myth of the feathered serpent refused to fade. The belief in Quetzalcoatl's return, his resurrection, lived on in the hearts of the people, transformed by the colonial narrative. They began to see in Christ a figure that resonated with their understanding of Quetzalcoatl, a god who had suffered, a god who had promised to return. But the people did not forget who Quetzalcoatl truly was. They did not forget the god of wisdom and light, even as the priests tried to reshape him. They held onto the essence of the feathered serpent, even as it was contorted and forced into the mold of a foreign faith. The Spaniards, in their attempt to wipe out the ancient gods, had not realized the strength of the myths they were trying to control. The image of Quetzalcoatl was far more powerful than they had imagined, woven so tightly into the culture of the people that no amount of force could erase it. The attempts to merge Quetzalcoatl with Christ only deepened the myth's significance, transforming it into a symbol of survival, of resistance. The story of the feathered serpent didn't die when the conquistadors arrived. It didn't vanish when the missionaries tried to merge it with Christianity. Instead, it endured, quietly shifting in the shadows, adapting to the world that had been thrust upon it. As the Aztecs faced the hardships of colonial rule, Quetzalcoatl's myth remained a reminder of who they had been and who they could still become. And so, even as the Christian cross was erected on the foundations of the old temples, the feathered serpent's wings continued to spread across the land, invisible but ever-present, carrying with them the wisdom of a people who had long been silenced, but who would never forget the stories that had once made them whole. The oppressive weight of foreign rule crashed down like an unstoppable tide, smothering the life of a once thriving civilization. The air was thick with the scent of burning temples and the dust of crumbling traditions. Yet, within the hearts of those who had once followed the ancient path of Quetzalcoatl, something fierce burned, a fire that refused to be extinguished. In the darkest hours, when the conqueror's sword seemed to strike at the very soul of the people, Quetzalcoatl's name was still whispered among them. His wings, although unseen, spread across the land, lifting hearts and spirits that had been weighed down by the brutal march of colonialism. The serpent had slithered through the cracks of history, and now, in the face of overwhelming odds, he was more than a deity. He had become a symbol of hope, of defiance, of resistance. For the indigenous communities who had witnessed their world fracture, their sacred rituals banned, and their way of life trampled underfoot, Quetzalcoatl was no longer just the god of wisdom and creation. He had transformed into a beacon of everything they had lost and everything they still dreamed of reclaiming. In the eyes of those who kept his story alive, Quetzalcoatl stood as a reminder of who they were, who they could be, and most importantly, who they would not allow themselves to forget. Under the oppressive rule of the Spaniards, when the old gods were being erased from murals and temples, Quetzalcoatl's story endured in the whispers of the elders, the songs of the children, and the rituals that continued in secret. It was in the quiet, hidden corners of villages where the feathered serpent's tale took root, growing stronger with each passing year. In the faces of those who walked in the shadows, his myth was woven into the very fabric of resistance. There was power in silence. There was strength in keeping the flame of Quetzalcoatl alive, even when the conquerors believed they had extinguished it. The myth lived on as a quiet rebellion, passed from one generation to the next, silently mocking the idea that any one people, any one culture, could ever be fully erased. As Spanish missionaries attempted to force their version of Christianity upon the indigenous people, they sought to destroy the remnants of Quetzalcoatl's image. But in doing so, they only made him more powerful. The more they attempted to wipe him from the collective memory, the more he transformed into a symbol of the resilience that lay deep within the hearts of the people. The myth of Quetzalcoatl, the god who had once walked among them, had now become a story of defiance. It was no longer just the tale of a feathered serpent soaring through the heavens, it was a symbol of survival. As the conquerors forced their crosses into the hands of the people, Quetzalcoatl became an unspoken rebellion. He was a reminder that they had once stood strong, that they had a history worth remembering, and that they had the strength to endure. The myth echoed through the centuries, through the generations of families who carried it with them. It lived in the songs sung during the quiet moments of the night, and the stories told around the fire when no outsider was near. It was in the blood of the people, their pride, their love for the land, and their refusal to submit. Quetzalcoatl's wings may have been clipped for a time, but they were never truly gone. There were moments, too, when the serpent's story resurfaced in moments of collective action. The rebellions, the uprisings, the protests, each time the indigenous people fought for their dignity, for their right to exist, Quetzalcoatl was there. They wore his memory like armor, his feathers a shield against the forces that sought to suppress their identity. His resilience was reflected in theirs, and the myth became a living testament to the survival of a people who would not be broken. In the art of the people, the feathered serpent began to take on new shapes. As the Spaniards tried to impose their foreign images upon the landscape, Quetzalcoatl reappeared in ways that only the indigenous people could understand. His feathered form was etched into murals that told stories of both old gods and new struggles. His wings stretched across murals, reminding the people that no matter how much they were pressed down, they would always rise. In the eyes of the elders, the passing down of Quetzalcoatl's story was an act of rebellion. To speak his name was to claim a space that the invaders could never take. To honor his wisdom was to assert that the knowledge of the past, the culture that had once flourished, could not be forgotten. The serpent's coils wrapped around the hearts of those who had witnessed the fall of their civilization, but who still carried the strength of their ancestors with them. There were, too, those who believed that Quetzalcoatl would return, that he was not lost to the winds of time, but rather waiting for the right moment to reappear. And so, with every generation that passed, the belief that he would return when the people needed him most only grew stronger. They saw his return not as a literal event, but as a promise that their resistance, their fight to preserve their identity, would eventually bring about the renewal they so desperately longed for. Quetzalcoatl, the god of life, creation, and wisdom, had become a symbol of the fight to preserve the soul of a people. He had outlived the conquerors and their attempts to crush him. His feathers, though stripped of their brightness in the eyes of the colonizers, never truly lost their shine. The serpent that once soared through the skies had become the silent guardian of a people's spirit, and his power was no longer something that could be measured in earthly terms. It was something that could only be understood in the quiet strength of those who remembered. Through every hardship, every moment of pain, the story of Quetzalcoatl had been a lifeline, a tether that refused to be severed. In his name, the indigenous people found not just a god but a symbol of defiance, one that would echo through the generations long after the last stone temple had crumbled and the last invader had left. The feathered serpent would never be gone. He would always return, in the stories, in the songs, in the hearts of those who carried his story forward. Quetzalcoatl had always been more than a god. He was a whisper in the wind, a breath of the past that refused to fade, even as the world around him shifted and trembled under the weight of history. When the storm of conquest passed and the dust began to settle, a new chapter began for Mexico, a chapter filled with fierce hope, yet marred by scars that would never truly heal. In that moment, the people looked back, not just at their lost empire, but at the story of their survival, and there, amid the pain and the confusion, stood Quetzalcoatl. His form, once feathered and divine, was now wrapped in something deeper, a symbol of the nation's rebirth. The winds had changed, and the people, long battered and broken by colonial rule, began to grasp at their roots. A fierce wave of nationalism had begun to rise after Mexico won its independence, and within that new surge, Quetzalcoatl found himself reborn. He wasn't just a figure from the past anymore. He became the beating heart of the Mexican identity, a reminder that Mexico had a history worth honoring, a culture worth preserving, and a future that was theirs to create. The years after independence were not easy. The country was divided, struggling to define itself in a world that seemed to mock its efforts. But in the stories, in the paintings, in the songs that echoed through the streets, Quetzalcoatl's image began to shift. No longer was he the distant deity of the ancient world. Now, he was a symbol of the unity and strength that the Mexican people needed to survive. He had shed his ancient skin and wrapped himself in the colors of the new Mexico, bold, proud, and filled with a quiet fire. In the paintings of the time, Quetzalcoatl's image began to change. The serpent became more than just a creature of feathers and divine power. He became a symbol of the Mexican soul, a spirit that could not be broken by the wounds of the past. His feathers no longer glimmered in the sunlight of a forgotten world, but rather shone with the light of something that transcended time, a light that was still burning in the hearts of those who refused to forget their roots. The murals painted on the walls of buildings reflected this transformation. The Aztec calendar, with its intricate patterns and rich history, was woven into the fabric of national pride. It wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a key to understanding the future, a future where the past was never to be forgotten. Quetzalcoatl, once the feathered serpent of the ancient world, became the spiritual guardian of the New Mexico, a nation that was still healing but was beginning to stand tall. This was a country learning to walk again, and Quetzalcoatl was there, guiding the steps. His transformation into a symbol of resistance, survival, and rebirth was not just a matter of politics. It was personal. It was about a people remembering that, no matter how much was taken from them, they would never lose who they were. Their traditions, their knowledge, their spirit, these were the things that had carried them through the centuries, and Quetzalcoatl had been their silent protector through it all. As the country found its footing in a world that had long underestimated it, Quetzalcoatl's image grew even more powerful. He was no longer just a figure in myth. He became a part of the national narrative. Leaders, thinkers, and poets alike drew on his wisdom, his courage, his determination. In him, they saw not just a deity, but the essence of Mexico itself, a country that, like the feathered serpent, could rise again, no matter how many times it had fallen. He was woven into the fabric of the country's struggles, too, facing challenges, facing fears, facing the scars that would never fade. Quetzalcoatl's evolution wasn't easy. It was a struggle to reclaim what had been stolen, to rebuild a nation that had been broken. But through it all, Quetzalcoatl stood. He was a symbol of what could be rebuilt, of what could be made whole again. The serpent, once seen as a symbol of creation, now became a symbol of resilience. His return was not one of grandeur but of quiet strength, a reminder that the people, too, could rise again. Every struggle, every tear shed in the fight for a better future, was a reflection of Quetzalcoatl's own journey. Like him, the people had been brought low, but like him, they would rise. His image, once confined to the altars of forgotten temples, now found itself in the symbols of the revolution and the banners that waved for independence. The people saw in him a mirror of their own strength, their own spirit. They saw in him not just a god, but a promise that their struggles would not be in vain. Quetzalcoatl had survived the invaders. He had survived the passing of time, the destruction of his temples, and the loss of his sacred places. And now, he would survive the struggles of the New Mexico, too. Through the dark nights, as the country wrestled with its identity, Quetzalcoatl's name was still spoken in hushed tones, a prayer for the future. The serpent was not gone. He had simply transformed, his wings now carried by every heart that believed in the power of a new beginning. His story had never been just about the past, it was about the future, about what could be achieved when a people refused to forget who they were. The people of Mexico held onto Quetzalcoatl in their hearts as they moved into the future. He became not just a symbol of the past, but a guide for the present and a beacon for what was yet to come. His evolution into a symbol of national identity was more than just an idea, it was a revolution of the soul. And as Mexico continued to carve its path in the world, Quetzalcoatl was there, watching over them, his feathers spread wide, his wings carrying them forward, ever onward. The serpent that once slithered through the ancient temples had now become the spirit of a nation, alive, vibrant, and unyielding. And as long as the people of Mexico remembered, as long as they carried his story in their blood, Quetzalcoatl would never be gone. He would always rise again. Quetzalcoatl's image stretches far beyond the dusty pages of history books, carved stone, or forgotten temples. He lives in the heart of modern Mexico. His feathers glint brightly in murals that stretch across city walls, and stories whispered by grandmothers, and the poetry that rises from the soul of every artist, and in the conversations that flicker with fire during political debates. The feathered serpent is no longer just an ancient god, he is the embodiment of the Mexican spirit, alive, vibrant, and enduring in the face of a constantly shifting world. In the art that paints Mexico's landscapes and cities, Quetzalcoatl stands as a fierce reminder of the country's roots. The murals of Diego Rivera capture the spirit of revolution, of a people bound by a history that both haunts and empowers them. His image twists through the brushstrokes, half human, half serpent, a fusion of ancient knowledge and modern struggle. The brilliant green feathers of Quetzalcoatl wrap themselves around the country's identity, embracing it, reminding it of where it has come from and where it is heading. Artists channel Quetzalcoatl's power as they breathe life into his form, not as a relic of the past, but as a living, breathing spirit that inhabits the very soul of Mexico. In every art gallery, on every street corner, you can feel the weight of his presence, a presence that refuses to be forgotten. It is not just history in a frame, it is the history of the people, expressed in every line, every color. The feathered serpent doesn't just appear in the dusty recesses of museums. He is a part of the streets, part of the air, part of the very people themselves. Quetzalcoatl's legacy seeps into literature, where poets breathe life into his myth, using him as a metaphor for the eternal struggle between destruction and renewal. Writers like Octavio Paz, in his works, reflect on how the essence of Quetzalcoatl still courses through the veins of modern Mexican identity. His stories intertwine with the country's birth, with the pain of conquest, and the joy of resurrection. Quetzalcoatl is more than just a god, he is the symbol of the people who refuse to be crushed by the weight of history. In literature, the feathered serpent carries with him a message of hope, not the kind of hope that looks to the skies for salvation, but the kind that rises from the ground, from the dirt of the earth that the people tread on. He is the hope that comes from struggle, from surviving after everything is lost, from being reborn. When writers speak of Quetzalcoatl, they are not just telling a story, they are weaving a living, breathing reality that pulses through their veins and the veins of their readers. But Quetzalcoatl's wings do not just beat in the hearts of artists and writers, his influence spreads throughout the veins of politics as well. Leaders in Mexico have long known that to wield Quetzalcoatl's image is to harness a power that is both spiritual and political. It is not a coincidence that his image and his myth have been used in speeches, movements, and national celebrations. The feathered serpent is the pulse of the nation, and every leader who rises to power knows that invoking his spirit can bind the people together, remind them of the struggles they've overcome, and inspire them to face the battles ahead. The use of Quetzalcoatl in politics isn't just about nostalgia for a lost past, it is about anchoring the people in a vision of unity and pride. His image has been co-opted in times of crisis, in times of rebellion, and in moments when the country needs to remember that it is stronger than the forces that seek to divide it. Quetzalcoatl stands as a reminder that the people of Mexico are not mere bystanders in history. They are the makers of it, and no force, whether foreign or domestic, can ever take that away from them. The feathered serpent, who once ruled over the ancient Mexica, now flies in the winds of modern Mexican politics. He is invoked not only in speeches that rally the people, but in the very fabric of national identity that underpins every law, every movement, and every stride forward. He is the emblem of the nation's strength, a symbol that reminds Mexico that no matter how much time passes, they remain connected to their roots. Quetzalcoatl also thrives in popular culture, where his influence stretches beyond the corridors of art and politics. He appears in music, in the rhythm of traditional mariachi and the electric beats of modern rock. His spirit ripples through the melodies of the people, carrying with it the weight of the past and the hope for the future. The feathered serpent is everywhere, whether on a soccer field where a nation unites behind its team or on a stage where an actor portrays him as a symbol of resistance and rebirth. He lives in the songs of the people, in their expressions of joy and defiance. Quetzalcoatl, once a distant figure, now lives in every note, every beat. His feathers flutter in the air, touching the hearts of every person who dares to embrace the power of their own identity. He isn't just an ancient figure locked away in the past, he is a part of the living, breathing culture of Mexico today. And then, there is the quiet rebellion that Quetzalcoatl represents. In modern times, the feathered serpent is not just a symbol of national pride, but a symbol of resistance to forces that seek to erase Mexico's identity. In the face of globalization, in the struggle to maintain cultural heritage, Quetzalcoatl is a beacon of hope. His story, his message of renewal, resonates with every person who refuses to let their history be forgotten, who continues to fight for a future that is shaped by their past. Every time someone paints his image, every time someone sings his name, every time someone holds him close in their hearts, they are resisting the forces that would seek to erase them. Quetzalcoatl is not just a figure of history, he is a figure of resistance. His presence in the arts, literature, politics, and culture is proof that the feathered serpent will never die. He will always rise again, in the hearts of the people who carry his story forward. In modern Mexico, Quetzalcoatl is everywhere. He's in the heartbeat of the country. His feathers fly high, his serpent body weaving through the rhythm of every artist's brushstroke, every politician's speech, every poet's verse. He is not just a symbol of the past, he is a living, breathing part of Mexico's soul, woven into the fabric of its culture. And as long as his story is told, as long as his name is spoken, Quetzalcoatl will never fade away. He will continue to rise, again and again, with every new generation that refuses to forget who they are. The sun was low, casting long shadows over the temples as a single figure stood before the ruins. The air was heavy, thick with centuries of unanswered questions. There, in the fading light, the myths of an ancient world seemed to whisper through the stones. Among them, one figure stood out, not just as a deity but as a symbol of something more profound. Quetzalcoatl, his feathered form an enigmatic blend of divinity and mortality, has held the world's fascination for centuries. His legend is rich, layered with meaning, and wrapped in mystery. Scholars have sought to piece together the fragments of his story to understand the profound impact his myth has had on the peoples who worshipped him. They sift through ancient texts and the stones of crumbled temples, looking for answers. But with each discovery, Quetzalcoatl slips further from their grasp, like a dream that fades as you try to hold it. Quetzalcoatl's story is not simply a tale passed down through generations. To anthropologists, he is a mirror, reflecting not only the values of the Aztec society but also the fears, hopes, and beliefs that shaped an entire culture. His myth is more than the story of a god descending from the heavens. It is an ancient commentary on the very fabric of life and death, of creation and destruction. He represents the union of opposites, the serpent, a symbol of the underworld and earth, entwined with feathers that represent the sky and the divine. This paradox is not just poetic, it is the key to understanding the Aztec view of the universe. Anthropologists who study Quetzalcoatl see him as a central figure in Aztec cosmology, embodying the balance between life and death, between the gods and humanity. In the eyes of the scholars, Quetzalcoatl isn't just a character in a myth, he is the embodiment of the Aztecs' deepest questions about existence itself. What does it mean to be both mortal and divine? How can a god be born, die, and then return again? Quetzalcoatl's myth speaks to these questions, but answers, it seems, are elusive. For the Aztecs, the gods were not distant or abstract entities. They were real, present in every moment of their lives. And Quetzalcoatl, as the feathered serpent, was the epitome of that relationship. He was both a teacher and a creator, nurturing the people, imparting wisdom, and guiding them in matters of life and death. His teachings were not just spiritual, they were practical, influencing the way the Aztecs organized their society, their calendar, and even their military conquests. He was a god who walked among them, not just in the form of myths, but in the very structure of their world. But scholars also argue that Quetzalcoatl's story is a reflection of the internal struggles within the Aztec Empire itself. His myth tells of his departure and return, a theme that mirrors the cyclical nature of time and history in Aztec belief. The idea of death and resurrection is central to Quetzalcoatl's story, as it is in the lives of the people he represents. It is this cycle of renewal, of falling and rising again, that mirrors the shifting tides of power and culture that defined the Aztec Empire. The death of Quetzalcoatl, followed by his promised return, seems to speak to the very nature of sacrifice, one of the cornerstones of Aztec society. To scholars, this was not just about religious devotion, it was about survival. The sacrifices were seen as a way to ensure the balance of the world, to nourish the gods who, in turn, would nourish the people. Quetzalcoatl's myth, in this context, is not just about divine power, it's about the human condition, about the deep desire to connect with something greater, to make sense of a world that is constantly changing and, at times, beyond human understanding. For many anthropologists, Quetzalcoatl represents the perfect fusion of the sacred and the earthly, of the divine and the human. He is the god who brings the heavens down to earth and the earth up to the heavens. This duality isn't just spiritual, it is political. As the ruler of wisdom, Quetzalcoatl's teachings weren't confined to the temples or the rituals, they seeped into the very way the Aztec people lived. They built their cities with his principles in mind, structured their societies around the balance he represented. His myth becomes, in this way, an anthropological study of how a culture elevates its leaders, its myths, and its ideals to divine status, shaping the identity of an entire civilization. At the same time, there's a darker side to Quetzalcoatl's myth, one that speaks to the human desire for control, for power over forces larger than themselves. Some anthropologists have noted that the myth of Quetzalcoatl can also be seen as a response to the constant tension between the Aztecs and the many enemies they faced. The story of his departure, of being exiled from Tenochtitlan, speaks to the vulnerability of even the most powerful empire. And yet, it also speaks to the resilience that is required to survive in a world that is both beautiful and brutal. His return is the ultimate symbol of hope, but it is also a reminder that nothing is permanent. Empires rise, and they fall. As modern scholars look at Quetzalcoatl today, they often see him as a symbol of continuity, a thread that ties the present to the past. In their work, they attempt to understand the role of myth in shaping collective identity and binding a people together through shared beliefs. And in Quetzalcoatl, they find not just a god but a symbol of the deeper cultural forces that have shaped not only the Aztecs but the broader Mexican identity. His myth continues to evolve, adapting itself to the changing world, surviving the ravages of time, and finding new meanings in each generation. Yet, despite all of the scholarly work, despite the long hours spent in the libraries and the dusty archaeological sites, something about Quetzalcoatl remains forever elusive. His myth, with all its layers and contradictions, continues to breathe, to shift and change. And in this, perhaps, lies the true power of Quetzalcoatl. He is not just a figure to be analyzed or understood, but a living, breathing force that transcends time, geography, and culture. Even now, centuries after the fall of the Aztec Empire, Quetzalcoatl remains as vital as ever. His myth endures, ever-changing but ever-present. And for those who seek to understand him, he remains not just an artifact of the past, but a profound symbol of the complexities of human existence, of our need to understand the world, to give meaning to our lives, and to confront the great mysteries that lie just beyond our reach. There's a moment in every great story, a flicker, when the hero steps forward and everything shifts. The world holds its breath, knowing that the hero's actions will change the course of history. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, stands in that timeless space, a figure of light and darkness, of wisdom and power. His story is one of transformation, not just for the people he guided, but for the very heart of their civilization. In the echoes of his myth, Quetzalcoatl becomes more than a god. He becomes an archetype, a symbol of everything humanity strives for: hope, redemption, knowledge. His journey through the world of the Aztecs is more than just a tale told around the fire. It is a psychological and symbolic odyssey, one that transcends time and resonates deep within the human soul. From the moment Quetzalcoatl steps onto the stage of Aztec myth, he embodies the essence of the hero. He is not just a god, he is the bringer of culture, the civilizer of humanity. His story mirrors the universal mythic pattern of the hero's journey, where the world is plunged into darkness, chaos reigns, and only the arrival of the hero can restore balance. Quetzalcoatl's myth mirrors this pattern perfectly. His first appearance is not the moment of his victory, but the moment of his descent, where he comes to teach humanity, to guide them into an age of knowledge and understanding. He's not just any hero, though. He's a civilizing hero, a being who shapes not just the people's lives, but their very perception of the world around them. The story of Quetzalcoatl is rich with symbols of transformation. The feathered serpent is a union of opposites. The serpent, slithering through the earth, is primal, representing the material world, while the feathers symbolize the divine, the celestial, the aspirations toward the heavens. In Quetzalcoatl, both realms meet, the earth and the sky, the physical and the spiritual. His journey as a hero is not one of mere conquest, but of bringing these elements into harmony. Like all great heroes, Quetzalcoatl must confront darkness, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a force to be understood and integrated into the world. Psychologically, Quetzalcoatl embodies the archetype of the wise teacher, the protector, and the nurturer. He brings the people knowledge, not just of survival, but of higher wisdom, of learning, and of growth. Under his guidance, they build great cities, develop complex systems of thought, and learn the arts and sciences. He is the embodiment of the archetypal figure who leads humanity from the primitive toward the enlightened, from ignorance to understanding. In every culture, this figure is revered, for they mark the transition from a chaotic world to one of order and meaning. But Quetzalcoatl's heroism is not just in his gifts to the people, it's in his understanding of sacrifice. The hero who gives everything, who faces trials and challenges, knowing that their journey is not just for them, but for the greater good, is one whose actions echo through the ages. Quetzalcoatl's myth reflects this deeper truth, that wisdom, civilization, and growth come at a cost. His journey is not without personal loss. The serpent god, in his wisdom, understands that the road to transformation requires more than just giving. It demands that he lose something of himself along the way. His departure, his death, and the promise of his return are part of that great sacrifice, a cycle that speaks to the human experience of growth, loss, and rebirth. Quetzalcoatl's connection to the earth and sky is a metaphor for the tension within all of us, the pull between what we are and what we aspire to be. In his myth, we see the deepest desires of the human soul, the need for wisdom, the need for connection, and the desire to reach beyond ourselves. He's not just a god, he is the embodiment of the ideal we all strive toward, the hope that we, too, can transform, that we, too, can rise above the struggles and the suffering that bind us to the earth. His flight into the heavens, his return as a promise of a better world, becomes a reflection of the human potential to overcome, to transcend, and to evolve. Yet, it's his departure that holds the deepest meaning. Like all heroes, Quetzalcoatl must leave in order for the transformation to fully take place. His absence is not just a plot device, it is the crucial moment in the myth where the world is left in a kind of suspended animation, waiting for the hero's return. It is during this time of waiting that the people must take what they've learned, what he's taught them, and carry it forward on their own. This is the true test of any hero. Their legacy is not in the power they wield, but in how they inspire others to carry that power, to continue the work they started. Quetzalcoatl's myth, in this sense, is not just about one god, it's about every person who has ever aspired to something greater, every person who has ever sought wisdom and the courage to change their world. In every civilization, the hero is more than just a figure of legend. They are a mirror reflecting the aspirations, the hopes, and the fears of the people who believe in them. For the Aztecs, Quetzalcoatl was that mirror. He was the light they reached for, the knowledge they craved. But even as he departed, his myth continued to shape their lives, giving them a framework for understanding the world, for interpreting the cycles of life and death, and for finding meaning in the chaos. The feathered serpent, in all his complexity, remains a symbol of the eternal human struggle to understand our place in the universe. Psychologically, Quetzalcoatl's story touches a deep chord. He is the hero who understands that wisdom comes not just from victory, but from the acceptance of the journey itself. His myth tells us that it is not enough to simply conquer the world around us, we must also conquer the world within. It's about finding the balance between the forces that drive us, the light and the darkness, the earth and the sky, the material and the spiritual. It's about embracing the complexity of life and understanding that transformation, while painful, is the only way forward. The myth of Quetzalcoatl, the civilizing hero, is timeless because it speaks to something universal. His story is not just the story of an ancient civilization, it is the story of every person who has ever dreamed of something more, who has ever longed to make a difference in the world. Quetzalcoatl's journey is our journey, too. It's the story of facing our own darkness and rising toward the light, of striving for something greater than ourselves, of carrying the legacy of wisdom and transformation forward, even when the path is unclear. In the end, Quetzalcoatl's heroism is not just in what he accomplished, but in the way his myth continues to inspire generations to reach higher, to dream bigger, and to find the courage to change their world. The night was heavy with the scent of incense, the flickering light of a sacred fire casting long shadows on the walls of a stone temple. In the stillness, the sound of chanting rose into the air like a prayer, reaching beyond the earth, toward the stars. The drums beat slowly, with a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. In the center of this ritual, a figure cloaked in feathers and painted in sacred symbols stood tall, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the god who bridged worlds. But this was not just a god of the sky, this was a god who walked between realms, a guide for those brave enough to follow. As the firelight flickered, it wasn't just the presence of Quetzalcoatl that could be felt, it was the entire weight of Mesoamerican shamanism. the ancient spiritual practice that bound the people to their gods and to the unseen forces that shaped their world. Quetzalcoatl's myth was not just one of divine power, but of spiritual transformation, an embodiment of the shamanic journey into the unknown. A journey that, for those who walked it, was both terrifying and illuminating. Shamanism, in the Mesoamerican context, was not just a set of rituals, it was a way of life, a way of seeing and interpreting the world. Shamans were the spiritual leaders, the healers, the ones who could enter the realm of the gods, the unseen, the spiritual, and return with knowledge that could heal or destroy. They communicated with spirits, they traversed the dark corridors of the soul, and they brought messages from the divine. Quetzalcoatl, as both a god and a symbol, encapsulated all of these aspects of shamanism. At the heart of the myth of Quetzalcoatl is transformation, the very essence of shamanic practice. To be a shaman is to constantly move between worlds, to experience death and rebirth, to lose oneself only to be remade. This is reflected in the story of Quetzalcoatl, who, though divine, must also go through death and resurrection. His death is not an end, but a necessary part of the cycle of life. He sacrifices himself, goes into the underworld, and is reborn. This mirrors the shamanic journey into the depths of the soul, where a person faces their greatest fears, their darkness, and emerges stronger, more enlightened. Quetzalcoatl's descent and return signify the ultimate shamanic act, death and rebirth, the perpetual cycle that keeps the world in motion. In the ritual practices of Mesoamerican shamanism, the line between life and death was not as clear-cut as we might think. For the people who believed in the power of Quetzalcoatl, the experience of death was not something to fear, it was something to understand. Shamans would enter trances, often induced by powerful hallucinogens or through the intense rhythmic beat of the drums, and journey into the underworld. These journeys, while deeply personal, were also spiritual rituals that could bring insight and wisdom, not just for the individual, but for the community as a whole. Quetzalcoatl's myth, then, was not simply the story of a god, it was a reflection of these same shamanic journeys. The sacred was entwined with the everyday, and the spirit world was as real as the world of the living. There was a moment in every shamanic journey where the veil between worlds would thin, where the boundaries between the earth and the heavens, between the living and the dead, would blur. In those moments, a shaman might encounter beings, visions, or messages that could offer healing, but also confront them with the darker aspects of existence. Quetzalcoatl, in his role as both god and guide, serves as a perfect figure for this aspect of shamanism. His ability to navigate between these worlds is the same ability that the shaman must cultivate, the same strength they must possess to face what lies beyond the veil. To understand Quetzalcoatl's role in Mesoamerican shamanism is to understand the depth of his power and symbolism. He was not simply a deity worshipped in temples, he was an archetype that connected the physical world with the spiritual. He bridged the gap between what was seen and what was unseen. His serpent form connected him to the earth, deep, silent, and mysterious, while his feathers brought him closer to the sky, to the gods, to the divine. This dual nature was the essence of the shamanic path, the ability to move between worlds and transform. In every shamanic tradition, there is the theme of the quest for knowledge, the desire to understand not just the material world, but the mysteries that lie beneath it. Quetzalcoatl's gifts to humanity, knowledge of the calendar, of agriculture, of writing, were all essential to the survival and flourishing of the Aztec people. But these gifts were not just practical, they were spiritual. They were tools that allowed the people to understand the rhythms of the universe, to align themselves with the cycles of nature, and to see beyond the surface of things. To be a shaman, one had to learn how to see the invisible threads that connected all things. Quetzalcoatl's gifts, in this sense, were not just for the body, but for the soul. The role of Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerican shamanism is also reflected in the sacred space of the temple. Temples were not just places of worship, they were places where the boundary between the human and the divine was erased. In the presence of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the people were encouraged to look within themselves, to confront their own darkness, and to strive for a greater connection to the divine. The rituals performed there were not just ceremonial, they were transformative. They sought to bring the individual into alignment with the spiritual forces that governed their lives, forces that Quetzalcoatl represented. But there was something even deeper in the connection between Quetzalcoatl and shamanism. Shamans were believed to possess the ability to shapeshift, to take on the form of animals, to journey into other realms. Quetzalcoatl, as the feathered serpent, was a figure of shapeshifting, able to move between the heavens and the earth, to transcend the boundaries that held others back. In this way, Quetzalcoatl represented the shamanic ideal, the ability to transcend the ordinary, to become something greater, to live outside the limits of the material world. His myth, then, was a call to the shamanic practitioners to embody these ideals, to follow his example, and to seek the wisdom that lay hidden in the world beyond. For the people who followed Quetzalcoatl, he was not just a god, he was a guide, a spiritual teacher, a mirror of the shamanic path. Through his myth, they learned the value of transformation, of journeying between worlds, and of seeking knowledge both practical and mystical. His shamanic qualities were not just an aspect of his power, they were the essence of who he was, and they were what made him the figure that continues to captivate and inspire even today. Through his journey, the people of ancient Mesoamerica learned to navigate the unseen, to embrace their own transformations, and to find the divine not just in the heavens, but in the depths of their own souls. In the stillness of a forgotten temple, there's a mural hidden beneath centuries of dust. The light catches the faded colors, red, green, gold. And there, winding its way across the ancient wall, is the unmistakable form of a serpent with feathers cascading like waterfalls of jade and turquoise. Its eyes seem alive, piercing through time, whispering stories to anyone willing to listen. This is Quetzalcoatl, painted not just as a god, but as an idea that refuses to fade. His image lingers in every brushstroke, every line etched into stone, a symbol of life, death, and everything in between. The feathered serpent's form was more than just an artistic representation. To those who created these images, it was alive, imbued with meaning that pulsed through every color and curve. The artists weren't merely painting, they were calling forth a presence. They gave him wings to remind the world that the divine was never far from the earth, that the gods walked among humans, unseen but ever present. Quetzalcoatl wasn't a distant deity, he was here, in every feathered detail, in every coiled scale. In Mesoamerican art, Quetzalcoatl often appears as a paradox, both serpent and bird, earth and sky, human and god. One moment, he is a towering figure, his headdress adorned with shimmering feathers, his face stern yet compassionate. The next, he is a snake, coiled around the roots of the world, grounding humanity in the soil of their ancestors. Artists didn't see contradictions in these depictions, they saw balance. Quetzalcoatl wasn't one or the other, he was both. He reminded them that life is a dance between opposites, and only by embracing the whole can one understand the divine. In some sculptures, Quetzalcoatl's face is serene, almost human, his eyes filled with a wisdom that speaks of ages past. In others, his serpent form dominates, fierce and wild, a reminder that creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. The feathered serpent was never static, never predictable. He evolved with each artist's touch, each interpretation adding layers to his story. Yet, no matter how he was depicted, one thing remained constant, his essence. He was always the bringer of knowledge, the bearer of light, the one who taught humanity how to live in harmony with the cosmos. When the Spanish arrived, they tried to erase these images. Temples were destroyed, murals were painted over, sculptures were shattered. But Quetzalcoatl's spirit couldn't be silenced. The artists of Mexico carried him in their hearts, even when their hands were forced to carve crosses instead of serpents. His image slipped into Christian iconography, hidden in plain sight, a feather here, a serpent's coil there. He became a quiet rebellion, a whisper of defiance in a world that sought to forget. As centuries passed, Quetzalcoatl found new life in modern art and literature. Diego Rivera, with his sweeping murals, painted the feathered serpent as a symbol of Mexico's enduring spirit. In Rivera's hands, Quetzalcoatl was no longer just a god of the past, he was a figure of resistance, a reminder that Mexico's soul could never be colonized. His art pulsed with the same heartbeat that had once echoed in ancient temples, the belief that Quetzalcoatl belonged to the people, not to any conqueror. In literature, too, Quetzalcoatl's story continued to evolve. Writers wove his myth into tales of identity, of loss, of rediscovery. He became a metaphor for the Mexican spirit, a being that, like the feathered serpent, could never be confined to one form. He was both ancient and modern, both a relic of the past and a guide to the future. Even the symbolism of the serpent itself took on new meaning. In many cultures, serpents are feared, associated with danger and deceit. But in Mesoamerican art, the serpent is sacred, a symbol of rebirth and transformation. It sheds its skin to begin anew, just as Quetzalcoatl teaches humanity to embrace change. Artists understood this cycle. They painted Quetzalcoatl not as a warning, but as a promise that no matter how dark the night, dawn will come. No matter how deep the loss, there is always renewal. In modern times, Quetzalcoatl's image can be seen in street murals, tattoos, political cartoons, and sculptures. He's no longer confined to temples, he's everywhere, woven into the fabric of Mexican life. His feathers appear in graffiti art, bold and defiant, reclaiming public spaces. His serpent form slithers through poetry, each line a nod to the ancient stories that refuse to die. Quetzalcoatl is no longer just a god of the past, he's a living symbol of resilience, transformation, and identity. There's a mural in a bustling city square, painted by an artist whose ancestors once whispered prayers to the feathered serpent. The mural shows Quetzalcoatl rising from the ruins, his feathers bright, his eyes fierce. Around him, the faces of Mexico's people, indigenous, mestizo, young, old, watch with quiet strength. The artist doesn't see Quetzalcoatl as a distant myth, he sees him as a reflection of the people's spirit. Unbreakable. Eternal. Quetzalcoatl's story isn't over. It never was. He lives on in every stroke of paint, and every word written in his name. He is the feathered serpent, the one who bridges worlds, the one who reminds us that art is not just a reflection of life, it is life. And through art, his spirit continues to rise, coiling through the hearts of those who dare to dream, to resist, to create. The air feels heavy with incense and quiet whispers. A circle forms in a candlelit room, and at its center stands a figure draped in white, arms stretched wide, eyes closed. Quetzalcoatl, the figure chants softly, as if calling upon something ancient and powerful. The people gathered around sway gently, their faces a blend of awe and longing, chasing after a wisdom they think has been lost to time. They speak of light, of ascension, of a cosmic awakening tied to the feathered serpent. Yet in their chants, something feels off, like a song sung out of tune. The voice of the earth is there, but faint, buried beneath layers of appropriation and misinterpretation. The Quetzalcoatl they invoke is not the same one who walked the lands of Tula, taught the arts of civilization, and brought balance to his people. This version has been stripped of his cultural roots, molded into something more palatable for modern mystics searching for meaning in ancient symbols. His feathers, once vibrant with Mesoamerican significance, have been turned into metaphors of spiritual transcendence by those who see him as a figure of universal wisdom, disconnected from the very soil that gave him life. In the 20th century, a strange transformation began. Quetzalcoatl, the ancient deity of the Nahua and other Mesoamerican peoples, found himself reborn in the pages of New Age literature. But this rebirth wasn't one of reverence, it was a reshaping. Authors and spiritual seekers from outside of Mexico began to claim him as a messiah figure, a prophet of love and enlightenment meant for the entire world. He was no longer the god of a specific people, but a symbol of cosmic knowledge, of a coming golden age of peace. They called him a Mesoamerican Christ, comparing him to Jesus, Buddha, and other spiritual figures. They spoke of his return, prophesied to bring unity and light to a fractured world. But in their stories, the depth of his original teachings was lost. They overlooked the context of his myths, the pain and resilience of the people who had kept his story alive through centuries of colonization and cultural erasure. Quetzalcoatl was never meant to be a generic spiritual guide. He belonged to the land, to the people who carried his legacy in their blood and bones. One of the most infamous appropriations came with the 2012 phenomenon, when New Age thinkers proclaimed that the ancient Mayan calendar predicted the end of the world, or, more accurately, the beginning of a new era. Quetzalcoatl was woven into these predictions, hailed as a returning savior figure who would usher in a new age of enlightenment. But the people who truly understood his story, those who lived in the lands where his temples once stood, watched with quiet frustration. This wasn't a Quetzalcoatl. It was a distorted echo of something sacred. In these New Age narratives, Quetzalcoatl became a figure of escapism. He was a promise of ascension, a beacon for those disillusioned with modern life, searching for ancient wisdom to fill the void. His serpent form was interpreted as a symbol of shedding the ego, of spiritual rebirth. His feathers were seen as signs of transcendence, of reaching higher realms of consciousness. But in these interpretations, his grounding in the physical world was often forgotten. Quetzalcoatl wasn't just a god of the heavens, he was deeply tied to the earth, to agriculture, to the cycles of life and death. The appropriation didn't stop at spiritual movements. Quetzalcoatl began appearing in self-help books, wellness retreats, and even leadership seminars. He was used as a metaphor for personal transformation, for shedding one's limitations and embracing a higher self. But each time his name was invoked outside of its original context, something vital was stripped away: the connection to the ancestors who first told his story, to the sacred traditions that kept his memory alive. There's a deep ache in this distortion, a quiet mourning for what has been lost. The original story of Quetzalcoatl wasn't about personal enlightenment, it was about communal balance, about responsibility to the land and to each other. He wasn't a solitary figure seeking transcendence, he was a teacher who guided his people in how to live in harmony with the world around them. He taught them to plant corn, to respect the earth, to see themselves as part of a larger whole. Yet, even in the face of appropriation, Quetzalcoatl's spirit endures. The true keepers of his story, the indigenous communities of Mexico, continue to honor him in their own ways, passing down his teachings from one generation to the next. They know that no amount of distortion can erase the essence of the feathered serpent. He lives in the mountains, in the rivers, in the sacred sites that still stand as a testament to his legacy. In some ways, Quetzalcoatl's story reflects the broader struggle of indigenous peoples to reclaim their narratives in a world that constantly seeks to reshape them. The New Age movement's appropriation of Quetzalcoatl is just one chapter in a long history of cultural erasure and resilience. But just as the feathered serpent sheds his skin and begins anew, so too do the stories of the ancestors find new life, even in the face of misinterpretation. There's power in the act of reclaiming. Quetzalcoatl's true story, rooted in the soil of Mesoamerica, in the hearts of those who still speak the language of the ancients, will continue to rise, shedding the layers of distortion, revealing his true form. His feathers will shine once more, not as symbols of escapism, but as reminders of responsibility, of connection, of the sacred bond between humanity and the earth. And as his story winds its way into the future, those who seek him will have a choice: to see him as a symbol of universal wisdom detached from his roots, or to honor him as he truly is, a god of the people, a guide to balance and harmony, a reminder that the sacred is found not in the heavens, but in the earth beneath our feet. The feathered serpent, ever watchful, waits for those who are willing to listen. A boy sits cross-legged on the floor, eyes wide, fingers clinging to the edges of a comic book. The glossy pages hold a world far beyond his own, a tale of gods and serpents, of battles between light and dark. There, in bold ink, the figure of Quetzalcoatl rises from the ruins, his feathered cloak glistening in the moonlight. The boy doesn't know the full weight of what he's reading, the centuries of stories, the prayers whispered into the wind. To him, Quetzalcoatl is a hero, a savior, a mystery. But somewhere deep inside, something stirs, a seed planted by the myth, waiting to grow. Across the world, Quetzalcoatl keeps appearing. He's in movies, lurking in shadows as a monstrous serpent or soaring as a majestic protector. He's in novels, reshaped as a timeless wanderer, a bringer of wisdom in an age of confusion. His face is painted on murals, his name whispered in songs. But as he moves through the currents of popular culture, something strange happens. His story bends, twists, and reshapes itself to fit the needs of the times. In one movie, he's a terrifying creature that circles the skies, a winged serpent bringing destruction from above. In another, he's a misunderstood deity, a relic of a forgotten past, yearning to reclaim his place in the modern world. Sometimes, he's stripped of his feathers entirely, portrayed only as a snake, a creature to be feared. Other times, his divine nature is magnified, turning him into a cosmic being beyond comprehension. He becomes whatever the story requires, a villain, a hero, a symbol of ancient power. But beneath these adaptations, the real Quetzalcoatl watches quietly, his eyes filled with both sorrow and curiosity. How strange it must be for a god of balance and wisdom to see himself transformed into a spectacle for entertainment. Yet, even in these retellings, fragments of truth remain. His name still carries a weight that transcends the screen, a whisper of a past that refuses to be silenced. In literature, he finds new forms. Writers from all walks of life take hold of his myth, weaving him into stories of lost civilizations, forbidden knowledge, and ancient prophecies. He becomes a guide for protagonists searching for meaning in a chaotic world. His teachings, though often diluted, still carry echoes of his original message: balance, harmony, respect for the earth. Quetzalcoatl appears in fantasy novels, where ancient gods walk among mortals. He's given new names, new faces, but his essence lingers. In some stories, he's the wise mentor, offering cryptic advice that will lead the hero to victory. In others, he's the antagonist, a god whose power must be tamed. But always, there's a sense of awe surrounding him, a recognition that this figure, this feathered serpent, carries a legacy too vast to be fully contained in words. Music, too, has felt the pull of Quetzalcoatl's myth. Bands and artists invoke his name, drawn to the imagery of the serpent and the feathers, the duality of earth and sky. Some use him as a metaphor for transformation, shedding old identities to embrace something new. Others tap into his ancient wisdom, using his story to speak of resistance, rebirth, and the enduring power of indigenous knowledge. And then there are the murals. In the streets of Mexico, his face is everywhere, painted on walls, carved into stone, etched into the collective memory of a people who refuse to forget. Each stroke of color tells a story, a declaration that Quetzalcoatl is more than a myth. He's a symbol of resilience, a reminder of the strength found in roots that run deep. Yet, as he travels through pop culture, a question lingers: is he being honored, or is he being reduced to a symbol devoid of his true meaning? It's a delicate dance between preservation and appropriation, between sharing a story and stripping it of its soul. But even when his story is twisted, Quetzalcoatl finds ways to speak. In the eyes of that boy clutching his comic book, in the chords of a song, in the strokes of a mural, he whispers of a world that once was and a wisdom that still waits to be heard. In some stories, Quetzalcoatl is cast as a savior, a bringer of light in times of darkness. In others, he's portrayed as a forgotten god, waiting for the world to remember him. But no matter how he appears, he carries the weight of history, of a people's enduring spirit. His feathers, once a symbol of divine knowledge, flutter through the pages of books, the frames of movies, the lyrics of songs. They remind us that stories never truly die, they transform, adapt, find new ways to survive. Quetzalcoatl's presence in pop culture speaks to a yearning, a collective desire to reconnect with something ancient and profound. But his story is not just entertainment, it's a thread that ties modern life to the past, a reminder of the sacred bond between humanity and the natural world. As he continues to appear in new forms, his essence remains, a beacon of balance, wisdom, and the enduring power of myth. And as the lights dim in theaters, as books are closed, as murals fade under the sun, Quetzalcoatl lingers. He watches, waiting for those who will see beyond the spectacle, who will listen to the wind and hear the true story of the feathered serpent, a story that lives in the heart of the land, in the whispers of the ancestors, in the beating pulse of the earth itself. In a quiet corner of a sunlit library, a scholar leans over a weathered manuscript, tracing the faded ink with trembling fingers. The name appears again and again, Quetzalcoatl. But who was he? A god? A man? Both? the question echoes through the centuries, never quite finding an answer. Each time it seems within reach, it slips away like mist at dawn. In the streets of Cholula, stories still circulate. Some say Quetzalcoatl was a wise priest-king who walked among the people, teaching them to farm, build, and live in harmony. They whisper that he abhorred violence, banning human sacrifice and preaching peace. Others argue he was never a man of flesh and blood, but something more, a divine force, eternal and boundless, manifesting in different forms across time. But could a god walk among men? Could a deity's heart beat with human frailty? This question lingers, tugging at the edge of every tale. In some versions, Quetzalcoatl is said to have ruled the ancient city of Tula, bringing prosperity before being betrayed. In others, he sails east, vowing to return. Was this a literal voyage, or a metaphor for death and rebirth? The line between history and myth blurs like a fading horizon. The Aztec records speak of a man named Quetzalcoatl Quetzalcoatl, a ruler and priest, born under auspicious stars. He was said to have a radiant presence, his wisdom unmatched, his heart pure. He banned blood sacrifices, instead offering flowers, songs, and prayers to the gods. Yet his downfall was foretold. An enemy, perhaps fate itself, conspired to see him fall. He left, shamed and sorrowful, promising to return one day in a blaze of glory. But was he ever really here? Historians argue over the scant evidence, piecing together fragments from codices, oral traditions, and archaeological finds. One account suggests he was a Toltec leader, a visionary who tried to steer his people toward enlightenment. Another suggests he was a composite figure, a blend of real leaders and mythic ideals, a human made larger than life by the weight of legend. Still, the debate rages. Some say he was a real man, his teachings so profound that they became sacred doctrine. Others claim he was always a myth, a story crafted to explain the unexplainable, to give hope in times of despair. The truth? It hides somewhere between the lines, elusive and mysterious. In the 16th century, the Spanish conquerors found a fractured empire but an enduring story. They heard whispers of a fair-skinned god who would return from the east. Some accounts claim Hernán Cortés used this tale to his advantage, presenting himself as the returning Quetzalcoatl. Did the Aztecs truly mistake a brutal conquistador for their beloved god? Or was this a convenient narrative shaped by later chroniclers to justify the conquest? History and myth intertwine, each feeding the other. In one telling, Quetzalcoatl's banishment represents a cycle of human struggle, the fall from grace, the promise of redemption. In another, it speaks to the eternal search for balance between human and divine. But whether he walked the earth as a man or floated through time as an idea, his presence is undeniable. There are those who believe Quetzalcoatl's story holds a mirror to humanity. He embodies the conflict between light and dark, wisdom and folly. His tale is not just about gods or rulers, but about every person who has ever sought to rise above their own limitations. He teaches that power without compassion is hollow, that wisdom without humility is dangerous. In the quiet hours, when the stars scatter across the sky like ancient runes, it's said that you can still hear his voice in the wind. Is it the whisper of a man who once walked among us, or the echo of a myth that refuses to fade? Does it matter? The story lives on, carried by those who see its meaning, not in proof, but in belief. The debate will never truly end. Historians will keep searching for evidence, anthropologists will interpret symbols, and storytellers will breathe new life into old myths. But for those who feel Quetzalcoatl's presence, in the mountains, the rivers, the sacred chants, there is no need for proof. They know he is both history and legend, human and divine, forever entwined in the fabric of Mexico's soul. And as the boy in the library closes the book, his mind swirling with questions, the story continues. Quetzalcoatl waits, as he always has, in the space between fact and myth. His return is not about time or place. It's about belief. He lives in the stories we tell and the truths we search for, always just beyond our reach, calling us to listen. There's a silence that falls just before dawn, when the world holds its breath. In that stillness, if you listen closely, you can hear ancient voices echoing across time. One of them belongs to Quetzalcoatl. His message isn't locked in temples or buried in forgotten ruins. It lives in the struggles, dreams, and longings of humanity. His voice asks a question that cuts through centuries: what kind of world are we creating? It's a question that demands more than fleeting thoughts. It asks for something deeper, a reckoning with who we are and what we value. Quetzalcoatl's myth has always been about transformation, about rising above chaos and finding a higher way of being. Today, as we stand at the crossroads of progress and destruction, his message feels more urgent than ever. The feathered serpent doesn't whisper promises of power or conquest. He doesn't offer wealth or fame. Instead, he speaks of balance, of wisdom tempered by compassion, of leadership guided by humility. In a world that often glorifies selfishness, his story reminds us that true strength lies in lifting others, not in stepping over them. But how often do we forget this? We've built empires of glass and steel, reaching toward the skies, yet beneath them, the foundations crumble. Inequality grows. The earth groans under the weight of human greed. People yearn for connection, for purpose, yet drown in the noise of modern life. And in that chaos, Quetzalcoatl's message resurfaces like an ancient melody, soft but insistent, asking us to remember what it means to live with honor, with heart. His myth teaches that greatness is not measured by what we take, but by what we give. He was a ruler who rejected bloodshed, a teacher who chose peace when violence was the easier path. He showed that wisdom is not found in commanding armies, but in cultivating the land and nurturing life. Think about that. At a time when leaders seek to divide, when fear is wielded as a weapon, Quetzalcoatl stands as a symbol of resistance to such darkness. His message isn't passive, it's revolutionary. He reminds us that true power lies in empathy, and seeing ourselves reflected in others, and recognizing that every life carries worth. Yet, even he struggled with his own humanity. The stories say he was betrayed, tricked into shame, and fled in despair. It's a reminder that even the wisest among us can falter. But what matters is what comes after the fall. Quetzalcoatl didn't disappear into oblivion. He promised to return, renewed. His journey speaks to the cycles of failure and redemption we all face. It tells us that mistakes don't define us, what we do next does. We live in a time when people are desperate for that kind of renewal. The weight of the world feels unbearable some days. Climate crises loom. Political systems fracture. Families feel the strain of modern pressures. In that overwhelming darkness, Quetzalcoatl's message flickers like a guiding star: transform your despair into hope. Transform your fear into action. You are capable of becoming more. His teachings weren't just for kings and priests, they were for everyone. They were about building a world where the sacred and the everyday intertwine, a world where planting corn is as holy as offering a prayer, where every act of kindness, every gesture of care, creates ripples that shape the future. Quetzalcoatl reminds us that we are all creators. Every word we speak, every choice we make, leaves a mark on the world. We carry the power to uplift or destroy. But how often do we forget this? How often do we act as if our actions don't matter, as if we're powerless in the face of larger forces? The feathered serpent challenges that defeatist mindset. He calls us to reclaim our agency, to remember that even the smallest acts of goodness, offering help to a stranger, standing up for what's right, protecting the vulnerable, are threads in the fabric of a better world. And yet, his message is not just about individual transformation. It's about collective awakening. Quetzalcoatl's myth reminds us that no one can walk this path alone. His story is filled with moments of connection, with the land, with the community, with the divine. It tells us that healing comes through unity, through recognizing that our fates are intertwined. The old ways of domination, of conquest, have led us here, to a world teetering on the brink. It's time for a new story. One where humanity walks alongside nature, where wisdom leads, and where compassion reigns. In the ancient chants of the Nawa people, they speak of balance between the eagle and the serpent, between heaven and earth, thought and feeling, light and dark. Quetzalcoatl embodies this harmony. He shows us that life is not a battle between opposing forces, but a dance of coexistence. He asks us to find that balance in ourselves, to temper ambition with humility, to pair knowledge with kindness. The world has always been filled with stories of heroes, but Quetzalcoatl's story stands apart. He isn't a conqueror who wins through brute force. He's a hero who leads by example, who shows that wisdom and compassion are the greatest forms of power. His myth doesn't end with triumph over enemies, it ends with a promise of return, a cycle of death and rebirth, reminding us that transformation is endless. And perhaps that's what we need most today. Not a hero who fixes everything, but a story that calls us to become heroes ourselves. In his teachings, there's an unspoken truth: we are all Quetzalcoatl. We all have the capacity to rise, to teach, to create. But we also have the capacity to fall, to lose our way. His story tells us that neither state is permanent. What matters is the will to return, to renew, to rise once more. So, the question lingers: what will we do with this message? Will we let it fade into legend, or will we carry it forward, letting it shape our choices, our lives, our world? Because, as the ancient stories remind us, Quetzalcoatl isn't gone. He's waiting. The wind sweeps through the ancient ruins, whispering through cracked stones and broken walls. It carries a voice, faint yet unyielding, a voice that has outlived empires, wars, and centuries of silence. Quetzalcoatl's presence lingers in that wind, not as a relic of the past, but as a living, breathing force. He is more than a god, more than a myth. He is the question that refuses to be forgotten: when will you rise again? Across the ages, his story has been told and retold, each time reshaped, each time reborn. Yet, one truth remains unshaken: Quetzalcoatl never truly leaves. He is woven into the land, the sky, the stories that refuse to fade. His essence lives in the hearts of those who resist, those who dream, those who dare to believe in a world made better not by power, but by wisdom and compassion. But what does it mean for a god to return? Some see him as a prophecy, a savior who will descend from the skies to heal the broken world. Others find him in the ordinary acts of kindness, in the courage to stand against injustice, in the quiet moments of reflection when we ask ourselves, am I living with honor? Am I living with heart? His return isn't a spectacle. It isn't a thunderous arrival on a chariot of clouds. It's the stirring in our souls when we choose empathy over cruelty, when we fight for dignity in a world that forgets the sacredness of life. Quetzalcoatl's return is in every act of renewal, every choice to rise after we fall. For centuries, his myth was twisted, buried beneath layers of colonization and erasure. The feathered serpent was painted as a distant god, his teachings dismissed or distorted. Yet, no force could silence him entirely. His voice found cracks in the walls of oppression, slipping through like light in the darkness. His people remembered. In whispered prayers and sacred dances, they kept his spirit alive. They saw Quetzalcoatl not as a distant deity, but as a part of themselves, a guide, a protector, a symbol of resilience. His feathers, representing the divine, remind us to reach beyond the mundane. His serpent form, grounded in the earth, reminds us to honor the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Together, they show us how to balance heaven and earth, spirit and body, light and shadow. And perhaps that balance is his greatest message. We live in a world that pulls us in opposite directions, toward ambition and destruction, toward hope and despair. Quetzalcoatl asks us to hold both, to walk the middle path, where transformation happens. He doesn't promise perfection or utopia. He teaches us that life is a constant process of becoming, of shedding our old selves and stepping into the new. But what happens when we forget this? Look around. The world is filled with stories of loss, of people disconnected from their roots, their communities, their own humanity. The greed that Quetzalcoatl once stood against has taken new forms, wrapped in technology, cloaked in modernity. Yet, beneath it all, the same questions remain. Will we choose to be creators or destroyers? Will we nurture life, or will we let it slip through our fingers? Quetzalcoatl doesn't offer easy answers. His story is one of struggle, of redemption, of rising after falling. He reminds us that being human is messy, that wisdom often comes through pain, and that growth is never linear. In the quiet of night, when doubts creep in and the weight of the world feels unbearable, his voice calls out, "Transform your fear. Transform your pain. You are capable of becoming more." His message isn't reserved for kings or priests, it's for anyone willing to listen. It's for the farmer tending the land, the artist painting their truth, the activist standing against oppression, the child dreaming of a kinder world. It's for you, and it's for me. And as long as his story is told, he will never truly be gone. In modern times, Quetzalcoatl has taken on new forms. He appears in art, literature, films, even protests. His image is painted on walls, not as a distant god, but as a reminder of resilience, of identity, of a legacy that refuses to be erased. His feathers have become symbols of freedom, his serpent form a reminder of rebirth. Even in unexpected places, his essence appears. When people march for justice, demanding dignity and respect, the spirit of Quetzalcoatl walks beside them. When someone breaks a cycle of harm in their family, choosing healing over hurt, his teachings come alive again. When we plant seeds of kindness in a world hungry for compassion, we honor the feathered serpent's wisdom. But his return isn't a single event. It's ongoing, eternal. Each generation has the choice to bring him back, not through rituals or temples, but through action, through how we live and treat one another. His legacy isn't confined to history books, it's written in the lives we touch, the worlds we create. So, where do we find Quetzalcoatl today? Look into the eyes of those who refuse to give up hope, even when the odds are stacked against them. Look in the moments of quiet courage, when someone speaks out against injustice or offers a hand to someone in need. Look in the moments of forgiveness, when love triumphs over hate. The feathered serpent is in all of these things. And perhaps that's the greatest truth of all, Quetzalcoatl's return isn't something we wait for. It's something we create. The myth continues because we keep it alive. Not through grand ceremonies, but through small, meaningful choices. Through the stories we tell ourselves and the stories we pass down. Through the love we give and the dreams we nurture. So, as the wind carries his voice across time, it asks us once more, what kind of world are you creating? Because whether we realize it or not, we are all part of this story. And it's far from over.